Hey, buddy.
Yo, buddy. Still alive? Yo, buddy. Still alive?
Welcome to the White House.
'Yo, buddy. Still alive? 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 'Yo, buddy. Still
Welcome to the White House.
Wow. Man, there are so many. I need to clean this up. There's so many audio inputs right now. Hold on. I couldn't even. I have to slide so far to the side just to see if my audio is on. It's okay. It's okay. You guys wouldn't need to hear anything anyway. You wouldn't need to hear my voice. That's not necessary. None of it. Everything is optional. Okay, we don't need that. We don't need that right now. There we go. But tell me why I thought she was dual streaming. Nope.
Well,
he's waving to the VOD folks. Waving to them. I always, well, I mean now especially, that you really can't do VODs on Twitch. You used to, when they allowed you to upload and to have highlights, but that's no longer. That's no longer. But I've always thought that YouTube, like, video watching experience was the way. That's always been the superior. Always and forever. Hello. How's everyone going? I'm in this dream muted Japanese class, so I'm going to be lurking for an hour. Sounds cool. The G-Quacks invaded my timeline. Yeah, we're getting basically the second wave now of everyone who's watched it. It's come back into relevancy. Which is great. Fantastic. I feel bad for the people that haven't seen it yet, but I'm loving every second of it. I am here for more G-Quacks talk. I'll be excited when we get it again. How was our Jilly this evening? Morning here. It's I don't know, I feel like loopy. I feel like I might be getting sick or possibly I found that my Haro that was holding the oranges I bought, I found one of the oranges had rotted and it had mold on it. And so I'm thinking maybe, hopefully, that was what was causing me to be all sniffly and everything. So I got rid of that. It has now been thrown into the freezer. So it's in the freezer. We're killing it. It'll die. It'll be thrown away when the trash people come. And I have the air filter on. So hopefully that'll fix everything. Orange rot maxing. It's a way of detox? Yeah, sure. Let's go with that. That's how it is. That's definitely how it is. I need things not to be on P Bandai. Where do people get retail releases in America? Where would you buy it from and be guaranteed to get it? Like, does USA Gundam USAG do they close off pre-orders if they reach a limit or something? Has there been a lot of pollen? I don't know. It feels too early for there to be pollen. The black market? Oh dear. Oh dear. That's your buy. Like, is there anywhere where you can get, where you're assured to get the mech if it's on retail? Because I guess P Bandai sucks because if you're not in America, it's,
hey buddy,
there's no for sure that you'll get it. You have to get it from the black market essentially. But Hubbings Japan is the best bet, and sites like USAGs, man, that stinks. That stinks. Never moving back to America for that reason and that reason, no longer. I'm kidding, but at the same time, I think about it because, like, I really didn't get into Gunpla until I was in Japan. So I'm like, I don't know if I'd be able to get Gunpla effectively. The official Bandai site lists Hobby Lobby as a retailer along with a handful of... Yeah, that doesn't seem like a pre-order place. Like, that's a... You can get whatever they've decided to hold. You know, Tsukiri could be a Gunpla scalper? No. I would offline myself before that could ever happen. Hobby Lobby! How dare they? How dare they present themselves to us? Unacceptable. Although, I don't think... I never saw Hobby Lobby until I, like, grew up. How long has Hobby Lobby been around? Hobby Lobby. Hobby Lobby. Where's the Wikipedia for Hobby Lobby? No, it's definitely been around. I guess we just didn't have any in my area. Maybe it was too fancy. It was too fancy for my area. What do you mean? It's a valid employment option. I actually don't think it would be for me. Because I have to only do jobs that are on my visa, right? That's how visas work when you go to other countries. And that is not... I don't have like a marketing, sales marketing kind of visa. Slash, that would also be my own business, so I would have to get all the permissions for that. I don't think they'd let me do that. Just quietly. I mean, I could do it super quietly so they didn't notice, but I think I might get in trouble. Founded by Hobbiton Lobinskin? It's gotta be. Why else would you name it Hobby Lobby? What? Let's see. Do we have a... David Green? Oh, that is such a... That's such a... it's just... Such a plain name. That's like a name that... Homino would have as a background character. Good grief, the life of visas. American name. Yeah, because when did Mr. David Green? When was he born? 1941. Yeah, that's a very 1941 American name. Now we got cool names like... Actually, wait. I'm trying to think. What was the funny names that I saw when I saw a tweet about it? I did know someone named Trust. I've met someone whose legal name by their parents was Trust. I've met someone named Wave. What are some other names? Trying to think of cool names that I've heard before. Where it's like, that seems like a celebrity name. But no, everybody's naming their kids like that now. I wonder if there's anybody named Respect. At what point will people be like, no, you can't do that? Because I guess America really doesn't have that many laws about naming kids. Other countries do, I guess. Middle cup Mavericks. That's I wonder if they just go by Mav when they want a nickname. Because everybody, if your name isn't like 1 or 2 syllables, you get it sliced down. I guess Maverick can be 2. Maybe you can get away with it. Still, Kimi is 3, so it gets shortened a lot. I feel like there's one that I'm trying to think of that I cannot think of. Maybe it'll come to me in another lifetime. What that name was. I'm gonna blame brain fog. Yeah, we've got brain fog today. Who needs thoughts? Who needs thoughts anyway? Just go completely brain empty. Don't think of anything. Nothing. None of it. All of it goes to the moon. All of it. Maverick, huh? Maverick. I met an ecstasy. She short named it to Stacy. That's so smart. That's actually genius. That's taking that, and it's like, it's right there, right? But like, you don't say that. Like, you say ecstasy, you wouldn't say Stacy when you say her name short. And that's, oh, that girl's a genius. Quickly put her in charge of marketing. I'm sure substitutes would have a field day with that one. Well, that's the thing, because like, if it's a word, if it's just a regular word, they would say it as a regular word. It's only, substitutes would only go crazy if it was supposed to be pronounced ecstasy. Be like, is ecstasy here? Excuse me, it's ecstasy. Excuse you. How dare you pronounce my name wrong? Poor substitutes. Poor substitutes. Ecstasy. That's a crazy one. That seems like one that should not be allowed. Just mainly because I don't know, like, it's not sexual in meaning, you know, but it's up there. It's up there. I guess it's not purely sexual, but it's got sexual and like drug connotations. Like, I don't think of any like big legal goodness that comes from that name. Yeah, drugs as well. Like, either of them. It's either a very common name or a WTF name. Exactly. One of the two. Also, hi, Whopper. Hello. Oh yeah, did you guys see? We had two big announcements on the same day. There was a Pokemon announcements. I guess some people would not call that big. They call it mid. And then there was another trailer for Fuga 3, which, like, they're giving us an even crazier... Like, 3's gonna be crazy. Children can get so depressed that they just decide to... They're basically you guys. They get so depressed that they just decide to stick themselves in to the soul cannon. Like, nobody knows what it's gonna be based off of, what the trigger's going to be. If it's HP based or what, but oh my god. The kids can just hop in there. We might have to save, if restart the game. Hopefully, if that's the case, hopefully we get a lot more points to save at, because that's gonna be really annoying if not. New Legends games seem cool. I kind of need to play the last Legends game. Did you start playing it? What's the kinda? What is the kinda indicating here? Or is it like, it doesn't seem like it'll be a direct sequel, so you won't necessarily have to play it, but you want to play it? I can't. I refuse to let the kids die. However, it'll be really annoying if we're gonna have to go back like 7 fights every time, just because like we hit some trigger and then some bozo decides, I got off myself. It's like, no! Also, I'm gonna be curious really to see how YouTube's going to find this. YouTube's gonna be like, wait, the children are what? What do you mean the children are pressed and committing suicide? Excuse me, subjecting themselves to suicide. But when I bought Violet, is between that and Legends Arceus. I better see some Gurren Lagann activity with that Soul Cannon. I need to figure out, because we're gonna have to have the regular Soul Cannon and then also the super Soul Cannon, where multiple people can, all of the children can forfeit their lives one attack. I'm. That's gonna be a one and done. Like, you're game over at that point. Why do that? If one of the twins does it, it will be pure cinema. Well, if you look, interestingly, it's probably a set cutscene, but there's one scene to where one of the twins is in there, but they're holding another twin's helmet, and that helmet has bullet holes in it already. Stuff's gonna get crazy. There's also a scene that looks like it's like future characters. Like, you get to see the future of all the characters, because it's like, oh, this character at 19 years old. Oh, this character at 20 years old. We see Hannah pregnant. We see Hannah preggers. She got the prego. She making that spaghetti. Who the baby daddy? Who's a baby daddy in this case? What's going on? Wappa for president. We did not see future Wappa, but it's gotta be. Gotta be. End game stuff. I'm curious because honestly, it seems like this game is gonna be about like timeline jumping or something like that. Like the guy that we saw at the end of 2 is like from another timeline. Like, he's like, you always do this, Malt. It's like, so I'm thinking like maybe there's multiple timelines and we're gonna be able to see like alternate timelines where the characters grow up in certain circumstances. Like, who knows? Instead of just a regular like, oh, this is a conversation when your characters become friends. It'll be like, this is the conversation that happens if these two are the only ones who survive. Something crazy like that. Because I mean, we've been hopping around on timelines essentially. Every time something bad happens, we just bounce out of there, and bam, we're at a timeline where nothing bad happened. But it's like maybe all those other timelines did happen, and they're just chilling in their sadness where tons of people have died. Honest, Tsukimi, you started shipping. I did. I saw so many people. Apparently, Vanilla is going to be a support character, and I saw so many people on my timeline being like, "No, bros, we lost." Because then it's only been 2 years between each game, right? It's just like it's moving fast in their timeline. Understandable though. I do ship Malt with Vanilla. And then I ship Hannah with...
to the White House.
I can't remember his name. Did I give him a Cockney accent? our British boy. Vanilla bros, we lost. She is no longer on the team. There's a lot of weird things that are unexplained yet from the trailers, but we'll find out. The one in the vest? Yeah. Not Saxo. That's the only... I can remember some of their names, but not all of their names. Or maybe... Wait, hold on. Is it only this one person's name I can't remember? So we've got Hannah, Malt, Hack, Chick, May, Sarks, Boron. Okay, wait. Kyle, that's the one. Yeah. Kyle's the one that I think is gonna get with Hannah. He was the most distraught by her not being with us in 2. Okay, but I also cannot remember all their names, so it's not just Kyle. Also, wait. Let's get the good wordings. Let's get them in. Ahem. Good morning. G. Good morning, Stewie. Good morning, Vaso. Good morning, Blue Gecko. Good morning, Gabriel. Good morning, Tachikoma. Good morning, Leroy. Good morning, Kalem. Good morning, Lily. Good morning, Red Street Rom. Good morning, friends. I will tell you all right now. For some reason, unconfirmed. I might be able to confirm it tomorrow. I have brain fog. Actually, it's not brain. I think brain fog is usually. Actually, wait. Let me look at the definition of brain fog. Brain fog define. Confusion, forgetfulness, and lack of focus and mental clarity. Mainly that last one. Lack of focus and mental clarity is what I'm lacking today. What? I thought he was just a friend, Malt. How could you lose? No, see, I think Malt is instead choosing Vanilla. And then Kyle and Hannah are good enough friends that they realize that there's a romance between them. That's what I see. Brain foggy, yes, just a wee bit, just a wee bit. I don't know if it's sickness. I don't know if it was the orange that was rotting. Unconfirmed. But I've got the air filter on. The rotting orange has been disposed of. We'll find out, folks. Has there been a lot of... Not that I can tell. That's another reason why I have the air filter on. I was like, well, if it is pollen, that'll help at least. But like, I don't think so. It is getting kind of warmer, but like, it's not spring yet. There's not that much growing. What kind of romance are we talking about? Children romance and Fuga. He went through all that to save only not to... But see, you can want to save your friend. I think Malt would willingly give away his life to save his friends. There's so much poly and cali. It's still beating up your sinuses. No! Man, it's like... Being allergic to things sucks. Why our bodies gotta do this to us? Why? Why must they hurt us like this? Also, Cloud Force, good morning. Welcome in. Hello, hello. In that case, Vanilla Malt forever. I would say Manila, but that's... That's a place. That's a place. What can we... Oh, we can call them Vault. We can call them Vault. Vault, 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 vault. It sounds like a root beer. I mean, all the kids are named after breads and sweets, so calling them a root beer isn't that bad. Maltilla. Oh, that's a good one too. That also sounds like it could be a kaiju. Maltilla. Which? Okay, wait, hold on. Alright, we keep talking about it. I might as well bring up pictures. Where is it? Fuga 3, not 4-3. Where are the official... Here we go. Here's the official Fuga Melodies of Steel. Wait, where is it? Where is it? Does it show it? It does not show the picture, so I have to bring it up in the video. They're actually giving us a lot of stuff. See, Mo, I knew you would choose the end of the world. Makes it, and look at all of this. All of this makes it look like... Wait, if I do this, can you guys see? Does it full screen it for you? I think it still does. Okay, that's as high as we can go. Oh, what the... Alright, we're gonna pause, or not pause it, but mute it. But so it's like, it looks like we've got multiple timelines. Like, he's talking about it, timelines. This is why I'm thinking that, like, you know, they're bouncing around timelines left and right. Where is it? Where's the crazy... Tyrannus can fly. Where is it? Mega Soul Cannon! Where did this come from? We just put all the kids in. As you do. And then... Eldritch Woman appears from the tank. Like... just casually cosmic horrors, as you will. Of HP Lovecraft would be proud. It's good. What is happening? Yeah, it's actually the third impact. It's actually the third impact. I realize this jelly vibing to Splatoons, if you will. Splatoons. But yeah, I've got... I think it's just like a jams. Just like cool video game jams. Video on...
Angel Dorney True Cloud Force here. This series really did went from...
Oh,
Devil Dorney Bait
got
and
them
Lily
together
here.
real fast.
Wow, sweet. Eldritch horrors beyond my comprehension.
Yep. But it went from very real robot to super robot. I feel like it's comparable to like first season of Code Geass to second season Code Geass. Put the orphans in a tank, shake them, boom, instant cosmic horrors. They're not orphans though. We saved their parents in the first one. They could have been orphans. In another timeline, they might be orphans. Who knows? Like that's crazy. Where is it? Like the one that makes it look the most like where is it? Skybound? Does it show it flying? Like it's flying. It's actually flying. Wait, go back. If that's not... If Code Geass Season 2 had tanks, this is what they would look like. This is absolutely what they would look like. Eldritch Horrors? Please add the narrator from Darkest Dungeon to narrate Tsukimi's journey. Wabba chilling in the tube. Yeah, everyone else looks really sad when it shows them. Where is it? Yeah, so this is the one to where it's Hack holding Chick's helmet, and then there's the bullet holes that are coming out. Technically, they went in through the back and came out the front. Wappa's just vibing. Wappa's like, hey, don't worry about it. This game was made with the help of Kyoji! Probably was. I mean, we've got our very own Kyoji. We've got the older brother that we think has... These guys look so cool. They look so cool! Especially Psych. Psych looks really cool. He looks like he's going to just like degrade you at every moment he possibly can. But yeah, I saw someone say like Malt is no longer the oldest. Malt is no longer the oldest. Because this is his older brother, is it not? Oh yeah, Solo to Robot. Wait. Okay, so we gotta see. Yeah, it's got a similar vibe to the main character. It's him. It's him. Watekura kind of guy. Crimson. Oh wait, we're Crimson Knights in Solotorobo? I did see someone saying that you should play Solotorobo before, but I don't think we have time. Unfortunately! Older brother might be an Asura Cry situation where it's just Malt from another universe. But they showed information in the last one to where it was like, the reason why Malt lives with his grandparents is most likely because this older brother burned down their house and killed their parents. So unless it's a situation to where Malt and May's parents adopted this guy, then like, and he is Malt from another universe and they adopted him and Malt just thinks of him as like a biological brother, but he's not. That's possible. I'm excited to see how these guys get along. This guy, it seems, if this is if they play this any at all like a funny situation, this guy will get made up for his height. And he's gonna be very angry. He's gonna be a... What is it? He's always gonna get mad when people bring it up or anyone says something like even slightly pertaining to like something being small or short. Will be a hot fuse that blows up frequently. She's gonna be the cool Onesan type. He's gonna be the piss boy. And then he's the leader. They're so 90s, they are. And they are fueled by something, but we don't know what. But the fact that they're Burman forces, that's crazy to me. Yeah, so here view post engagement. Nilla bros. It's never been so over, guys. It's so great. It makes me so happy. And then all of our we've got new cat. We've got a new cat. Like, she ate with the outfit. She does look very cute. I feel like she'll show up in cutscenes for sure, but I guess we just don't get to like use her as a character. I'm fine with that. If she doesn't have to be with us, there's less likely of a chance that she'll die. That's all I'm saying. Animello! Wait, anime lover. I don't know why is Audie? Wait, why is... Oh, I know why, because I moved it. The sizing of everything of mine got mixed up. So now I can't see your full name, but I fixed it. I have fixed it, kind of. Wait, hold on. Not yet. Okay, what can get smaller? This can get smaller. No, it can't? Huh? Can this get smaller? Why does that need to be so big? That's messed up. Huh? Why does this feel so squished compared to normal? What's going on? But a merch! Oh my god, look at that. Look at that sick merch. Wowie. Yeah, what the heck? Why have they changed how small I can make this? I don't need this to be this big! Alright, I guess that's gonna be small. Blah, blah. Just watching Chicago Fire on your PS4? PS4s are basically still viable. Like, there's no reason not to have a PS4. Like, it really, there's few games. It's like, if you have a computer and a PS4, you're probably set for most games. We've got a cute cat. We've got our fly. Oh, this is a way better picture. Now you can really see each of the wings. It looks so cool. It's got a unicorn horn and everything. Fantastic. Beautiful. And then this guy comes back. But we kind of anticipated this. He's kind of... I feel like he is the maestro of this whole story. He's gonna have a lot of words. And then we've got all their sick outfits. Everyone is fully covered except for Jin. Who's like, no, I gotta shelf my midriff. Thank you very much. Thank you. Oh, thank you. All right, all right. All right, Jin, sure, whatever. Such a silly little bunch. Such a silly little group of kids. And they actually have uniforms now. Instead of just kind of wearing whatever clothes they're... I guess that means they're actually ready for whatever's going on this time instead of just being thrown into the situation. Maybe like they actually got time to prep for this instead of just like, it's a mowing wild, or we're being attacked. They have prep time. They actually, they can prepare their brains. Maybe. All right, Jen, we see the fit. We get it. He's just trying to impress Flam because she's back, you know. I wonder if we'll get to see her in the future. Did we? I think we did know how old she was. Wonder how much the age difference is. If she's like already 20, then it's too bad for Jin. It's too bad for Jin. Bam 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 bam. But you know, if she's like 18, I don't think she was. I think she was older than that. She was like at the top of the military, so I feel like she was definitely older than that. That's okay. He can pine after an older woman. I feel like most Dornians understand that. Whether the end result can happen doesn't matter. We can have Jin pine over Flam. I don't know. That's definitely a song that exists. I just don't remember where from. It simply is here. And I must have heard it recently from one of these mixes of songs, one of them. And then it just decided to get stuck in my head. Because it's good. It's very good. And the other thing was something I meant to talk about both the Fuga 3 and Pokemon. The new Pokemon is funny because I saw they showed the 3 starters, right? And I was like, oh, cool. They chose a Pokemon from like different gens. And then I realized they chose 2 Pokemon from the same gen and then yeeted the fire one. They're like, no, we don't need the fire one from that same gen. Bring in another one. Like, what? What did that fighter starter do? Why doesn't he get to play with his friends? What? Azabasha, good morning. Welcome in. Hello. Another song scavenger hunt. I feel like I might have better luck with this one. But actually try to search it up. We'll see. To be fair, they already used the fire starter from that gen in the last Pokemon Legends game. But then why not? Why not? The Pokemon. I don't know, like choose a different... It's just weird to have 2 from the same gen. Like it just makes it all up. Was the last Pokemon Legends game, were they all different gens? It is weird, I do agree, yeah. Like, it makes sense that they wouldn't, with knowing that, it makes sense that they wouldn't use him. But then, it's just... Unless they make that intentional, imagine, they're like, yeah, so we had another guy, but then he just disappeared one day. Where'd he go? And it turns out that they actually the one from the last gen, or from the last game, was just plopped from this timeline. Rowlet, Cyndaquil, Ashwat was the lineup. Yeah, I feel like they should have just continued with all mixing up. Instead of what looks like just kicking one of them out. You're not cool enough to sit with us. I don't know who I'd choose though. I never did. I never played 2nd gen. So I don't have a favorite. I usually don't have favorites in starters. I guess I pick one, but a lot of the times, like the original 3, I don't have like a set. I like them all. I like all of the starters for Gen 1. They're all cute. And I usually don't like any of the final forms, no matter what game. I don't like them. These are the 3 that I would just pick outright. Powerful. Very powerful. I think I also picked Rowlet. For the games that I've played, I picked Torchic, Piplup. I didn't play Black and White. I picked Fennekin. I picked Rowlet. And I picked Sobble. And then for Sword and Shield, I never evolved Sobble. I had like Sobble at level like 50 or 60. Every time it was like, oh, Sobble's about to evolve. B. Until finally I got the stone that makes it so they never evolve. That's how I play. Maho Mars! Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Good morning. Welcome in. You are a Dornian now. You are a little heart-shaped butt head, but it's affectionate. Missing out on the flamboyant gecko. I don't think if I had seen all of them ahead of time, I don't think I would mind. Like I don't mind the end game of him. I mind how different it is, like vibes wise. I like Sobble because he looks like he's an absolute mess. So why couldn't they keep that? Sobble is me, and Sobble's final evolve form is not me. They're trying to change me. They tried to change him. They're like, look, you can go from a mess to something cool. It's like, I want to stay a mess. He's still an absolute mess. He's a Redditor. No, he's cringe. If he's a Redditor, then he's cringe. And I say this confidently as someone who used Reddit for a while. Like at least Score Bunny, like it's basically the same vibes. I guess the middle one, what's his name? Grookey? He goes from baby to not baby. But like Sobble changed so much. Not my Sobble. Not my Sobble!
Devil Dorney breaking Basha here. Oh Nio. Kringa.
Oh no! Kringe! Kringe. The Kringe. Yeah, I didn't finish Diamond, Pearl, Platinum. So I don't think I really got to use Piplup's evolve form. Cynthia? Wait, who's Cynthia? Cynthia. the Pokemon. Oh, she's Diamond Pearl. I guess I never got to her. I did not get far in that game. I just got busy doing other things. You didn't get to play Soul Silver or nothing? No, I didn't. I think when those all came out, I just wasn't into Pokemon at the time. She's the champ and also the reason for a lot of kids' PTSD. What did she do? I do see a lot of people that really like her. I mean, she is quite pretty. She's very cool looking. I also see that she suffers from, or I guess it's either suffers or benefits depending on your feelings for this, but she suffers / benefits from frequently being drawn with like far larger booba than her character model has. She jump scares you genuinely? Good for her. Good for her. DBB post game, you can unintentionally fight her while exploring a town. Oh. Oh, that's... So you're just exploring and she's like, hey there, let me absolutely pummel you. And you're like, wait! Enter her house and you're immediately roped into a fight. Ominous piano music, man. They sound like they wanted to absolutely create PSD for kids. PTSD, there we go. People are always posting the official art of the new Hex Maniac. Like, look at how thick they made her. Really did, now people are wearing their fan art goggles already. Wait, let me see. Let's look up. Hex Maniac. She's actually... Let's see. The art I'm seeing actually isn't so bad, but she's definitely not thick. I can see people getting away with this more a little though, because like she's got a big shirt on, or like a big dress that kind of covers it. So like you could use your imagination to be like, well, you know, it's just the dress is hiding it. but I am looking. I think I have. Wait, let's see. Hex Maniac, new and old. Is there not just like a comparison? Is it this? Let's see. Open. Oh wait, that's not what I wanted. Open image. This Destiny. Bum ba bum. Wait, she had a hat before? We lost something here. I guess so. Bum. None of those? Yeah, I guess nobody's actually talking about it. Let's see if I put in Za. Is it this picture? Yeah, she kind of just looks the same. Wait, let's open here. Oh, what the? Oh, it's Reddit! And she kind of just looks the same, honestly. Yeah, but the fact that there was a pixelated version, the pixel version had her with a hat, we lost something good that day. We lost something good that day, ladies and gentlemen. I feel like the only difference is she has a cinched waist now, so you can actually see booba. That's like the only difference. How big they made her booba? Yeah, no, that's just guys that don't see booba. They're outing themselves! They are outing themselves. And that doesn't even have to be that big, honestly. If she's got like a really skinny waist, that can be like an A or B. No joke! I think it's just a problem of how people draw art, as opposed to how like actually it's like how realistically clothes are worn. Like if you see this booba, this much booba, you assume it's big in art, but then in real life it's not actually. But most people, when they draw this amount of booba in art, they draw it because they think it's a big booba. I think that's probably what the problem is. But you can definitely attain this with like an A or a B cup. Her dress just got a lot of fat. Look at them peppy shoulders. She might have a push-up bra too. We don't know. They gave Hex me. Yeah, honestly, the thing I care the most about is like, she looks more put together. What? She looks so disheveled in this one. That's what I like about this. The old Hex Maniac looks disheveled. She looks very put together. Like she can collect herself and go shop at Hot Topic. Devs explain. Like she's getting her hair done. She combed her hair properly. She was able to put earrings on. She tied. She has a belt tie. Like the belt. She's so put together. She's so put together. This girl looks like she threw on tapestry on herself and then just cinched it together so that it works. She put on a headband to hold down her hair. She called it a day. Photoshop a ring in front of her on the left picture. It looks like she's lost. It looks like she's lost her glasses. Like if we put glasses on the bottom here for the new one, she's gonna be like, "Where are my glasses?" And then we can also put the rake in front of her on the right one. And it'll be perfect. It's just set up for the ultimate joke. She looks like stepping outside with flash for exactly. Yeah, this one's already outside. There's just so much wrong. Why is Hex Maniac shown outside? Like, yes, you can fight her outside, but her natural habitat should not be outside. Messed up, messed up. Forget the booba. That's not the problem here, guys. Not the problem at all. Hubba Max. Hubba. Alright, should we play the video games? Do you guys like the video games? do we go for this again? We go to pilot. I love this game in particular. Good game? Good game? Okay, so I stay here. I do remember I moved the keychain down here a bit. I'll fix it later. And then game. Woo! Stories A B C D E F. There it is. Apparently it had an update. Yesterday there was an update waiting for it, so I was like, oh. Hey yo. Stories from Seoul. Come out wherever you are. Let's see. There it is. What? Wait, let me... What if I did full screen at this time? And then we gotta fix that for you guys. What, is it not perfect 16:9? Wait, no, I think it is. Okay, yeah, we good. No game audio? Ara. Aru hazu nanda kedo. Let's check. Did I accidentally? Default? There we go. I just had to refresh it for some reason. Ta-da! Bum, ba-da-da-da. At least it should be here now. Theoretically. Are we only chatting about games? Hey! Thank you for reminding me before we actually started. Stories from Seoul. The gun dog. The perfect time. The perfect time to switch over. Alright. Return. Wowie! It's huge! I'm going to then move this over here. Alright, wait. There we go. Alright. Load! Oh my god, look, it's me, it's CLKAP Dory! So we made it to chapter 6. And completely normal things are happening. Also, wait, I want to put the keychain in the correct spot. There we go. It's on the button! So last time we played, we got through the demo, we managed to fix the ship, and then we realized that the O'Brien most likely went through a similar situation as us. But they're most likely dead? Because we decided to go check them out once we sent off us and Jared to go investigate. And when we got to their ship, it was the hatch for the outside to space was open. So that means they probably did not have any air inside. Yeah, they left the front door wide open. which is not good. Okay, let's find survivors, find a key card, obtain access codes, find the captain. All right. Last one alive, lock the door! Maybe everyone instantly died. As you move from the central hub towards darkness of the aft thoroughfare, a movement catches your eyes. You stop to peer into the darkness ahead and catch sight of a silhouette in the distance. Hey, who's there? I'm from the gun dog. You call out using your radio to broadcast yourself. We're here to help. Come back. As the figure vanishes into the gloom, you dash after it, eventually arriving at the end of the long corridor that makes up the aft thoroughfare. Well, that's nothing. Having headed past the armory, you move towards the end of the corridor, a dead end when considering the door to the engineering departments are sealed. The doors are sealed. Did I just imagine it? Do they have cloaking technology? You turn around. Like, it seems like that looked like the Borg or something. And not the Borg of edible types deliciousness. No, not the Borgs that you can get with exclamation point merch. Not those Borgs. You turn around trying to see if you missed something. With no signs of life here aside from yourself, you begin to doubt what you saw. You doubt you saw anything. Also, good morning, Auntie-san. This mission must be getting to me. Better get this over with before I start seeing things. You already have. Odds of someone being in there is slim, but it's worth checking. Last door is just like the one on the gun dog. Probably takes as much battery to open too. Not worth trying to open. Oh yeah. Da-da. Can we move to the armory? We use our fist against the door. We continue to pound fist against the unyielding entryway, hoping that if there's anyone in there and they have enough air, they'll be able to hear you and respond. Good morning, Dustin! Welcome, man. How you doing? After a few seconds of pounding, you press your helmet against the door, hoping that you can pick up the vibrations of someone returning your signal. But we're met with nothing but silence. You stand back and hammer on the door. Harder this time. After your fist begins to ache, you press your helmet back against the door paneling, holding your breath and listening out for any signs of activity. Just drag yourself out of bed? Lazy Sunday. No signs of life. You dejectedly step back, giving the door one final slam with your fist and cursing the silence. Sage. We can't go to engineering. You stop as you enter the room just before the airlock, where you'd been so used to the huge main shutter and its warning on the gun dog. Here the O'Brien was nothing but a vast corridor into space. That's kind of scary. I'd be like, I don't know, I would be super scared of just having it be open like that. Being able to see the stars like this from this position, you can help but be uncomfortable. I get it. I get myself in game. A light as gentle as it is feels like a forced intrusion on this room. Somewhere they should never illuminate. Spend a few more moments gazing out of the airlock before you shake your head, clear your thoughts. If there was any hope for the O'Brien's crew, it was that you'd act fast, and your stargazing wasn't helping anyone. True. But okay, so both of those are still here. Panel's covered. Oh yeah. What did they open it without? Nice, good morning. Welcome in. So you make our way up the ladder towards the bridge. Up. Catch yourself against a protrusion. Stands out from the walls of the shaft. Despite having to stop multiple times to free yourself from these obstacles, you eventually see the faint outline of the entrance to the bridge above you. Clearing the remaining distance without incident, you step out from the hatch and onto the bridge. Is anybody... Oh. You've been carrying a feeling of apprehension up the maintenance crawlway, as you hadn't been able to get the lack of any signs of depressurization out of your head. You knew what was probably waiting for you, unless the crew had been extremely lucky. Unfortunately, it looks like they had not. At the station on the left, you see slumped figures of a young man. What? I feel like it'd be... Would they just pass away like this, or would their bodies be like... crazy? I don't... What are the effects of sudden depressurization? Or pressurization? Wait. Which is it? Sudden pressurization? Is space pressurized or unpressurized? Unsure. From his uniform and general appearance, you recognize him as Lieutenant Bashir. Yeah, wait! I didn't get it before. Oh my god, it's literally all Star Trek references. I got the O'Brien. I got the Reliant. I did not catch Lieutenant Bashir. The officer that... Because all of me watching Star Trek was literally just for these moments. The officer that Cassie had been speaking to moments before the power went out on the Gundog. Unlike when he'd appeared on one of the Gundog's viewer screens, the man you saw now clearly suffered from looked like either a small explosion or massive electrical shock. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how I noticed. Probably because O'Brien is just an easier name. It also was 2 seasons, alright? I had many more seasons with O'Brien than I had Bashir. His portrait even looked like him? Wait, I don't know about that. Not right now, we can't look. Unlike when he'd appeared on one of the Gundog's view screens, the man you saw now had clearly suffered... Oh wait, okay, I saw this. The explosion or massive electric shock. The front of his uniform was at its best singed and at worst completely charred. It was... Gundam? As was the skin of his hands and face. That doesn't sound like... air deprivation. You grimace at the thought of what could have happened as you turn your attention to the captain's chair. There, slouching to the right, was the ship's captain. A rictus smile on his face, having seemingly suffered a similar fate. It seems pretty obvious what happened to these two. The question remains, how? You pause for a moment. You almost put your hands down on the handrest of the captain's chair, but you quickly move it away. If something had electrocuted these two men, then... pretty grim, right? You almost fall backwards in surprise as Hansen's voice sounds subtly from your helmet speakers, and he appears on the far side of the bridge, having emerged from underneath the control station on the right. O'Brien is also the GOAT. O'Brien is the GOAT. I'm so glad he got more attention in DS9. Easy, Lieutenant. It's just me. What? Never seen a fried human face? Never seen what a fried human looks like? Back from class. What did I miss? Not much. We just started. We found dead bodies. We found Lieutenant Bashir's dead body. Take a deep breath in and exhale, catching the breath that Hansen had just scared out of you. Damn you, crybaby? What the hell are you doing hiding underneath there? Following orders, ma'am. Remember the plan? Hanson lazily waves the folder you'd passed on to him at you. Wait, these guys looks like they've been electrocuted based on where they are. Did you check? Loosen up, Lieutenant. Power's not on. What's there to check for? You can't help but be amazed at Hanson's cavalier attitude towards the risk of a painful death via electrocution. I mean, he's kind of got a point. It doesn't seem like there's any electricity on. Would you guys be careful? I think I'm with Hanson on this one, unfortunately. We've been got by him. He actually is the smart one here. Alright, how's retrieving the black box going? Not bad. I managed to get most of the casing undone, but there's a lot going on there, and this suit doesn't make it easy. Have a final good morning! Now I'm curious what the other characters in the ship's name are. What about you? Find anyone? You turn to look at the captain and Lieutenant Bashir for a moment, before looking back at Hanson. If there's no power, what electrocuted them? Well, it could be that them being electrocuted, or like it was a surge of power and then the power went off kind of thing. So they were electrocuted before the power went off. We'll see. Or they were tasered. Big taser. So we look at the captain and then look back at Hanson. Just these two so far. I've not confirmed anyone else. I guess that keeps things simple. No survivors. We'll get the black box and we'll get out of here. What? Or what? You want to hang around here a bit longer? This was a whole crew, Hanson, so might still be alive. Guess you better go get looking and find them, huh, Lieutenant? Ease up, Lieutenant. I can say from experience, if everyone's dead, there's no use wishing they weren't. It's not gonna bring them back. Oh. That's grim coming from him. BRB gonna look something to eat! Please do. Please do. I have to go grocery shopping today. I thought I was gonna go yesterday, but we went for so long, I did not feel like getting ready to go outside. But if you're gonna find them, you should get moving. Probably not much air left anywhere on the ship, even if they're lucky. With another shrug, Hanson walks away from you, heading back to the control station he was hiding under when you entered. Let me know when you're leaving though, alright, Lieutenant? No, I think we'll just leave you. I'm curious if, like... Cause the game... Actually, wait, the game noticed last time when we went around somewhere and didn't go to the captain first. So I'm wondering if it is possible to save people if you get to them in time. Reach out in the maintenance crawlway and grab a rung of the ladder. Stepping forward, place your feet on another rung you can barely see. And then instead of following Hanson up, start moving downward. As you descend, the crawlway eventually becomes completely dark. The only indication you're given that you've reached the bottom is when you bring your foot down and you unexpectedly stop on the floor panel. Now at the bottom of the shaft, you grope around in the darkness, looking to catch what will release the panel by the elevator into the sick bay. After a few minutes of sliding your palms around blindly, your suit's gloves catch on something. You investigate it with your fingertips to confirm it's what you're looking for before you release it, grabbing the panel. As it falls away, placing it to the side, you step into the sick bay. Oh. Like, this looks like so much more than just like, uh-oh, they ran out of air. With no rush of air to indicate that you depressurized the room, you were almost entirely certain you knew what to expect. But what you find goes beyond that. Yeah, like, this place has been ransacked. Behind the desk set to meet those who enter the sick bay, you see the crumpled form of someone wearing a white coat, much like Dr. Rosarium. Quickly make your way over to them, but as you do, you stop momentarily as you feel something crunch underneath your boot. Looking around, you can see the doctor surrounded by broken glass. Taking stock of the room, you realize the cabinets at the far end of the sick bay are all locked, but the glass panels have been shattered and their contents scattered. Shattered and scattered! That sounds like a Japanese band. I bet you they're supposed to, Tachikoma. This game is full of... See, this I feel like is very tasteful. What is it? Like lore? Not lore. What's it? I can't remember the word for it. Moskvox, thank you so much for the subscription with your Prime Gaming. Thank you. Yeah, homage. Basically what Ready Player One was trying to do, but far more tasteful. It's like thoughtful. It's not overbearing. It doesn't. If you don't know the reference, you're not feeling out of the loop. You don't feel like you're just reading like a laundry list. Like it's put in there very tastefully. Kneeling down by them, you gently turning them over. Yeah, it's sprinklings of special interest. You're faced with a woman who seems to be in her mid-50s, her sandy hair done up in a loose bun with errant strands tucked behind her ears. You notice that of the two lenses set around her round wire frame spectacles, one is cracked and the frame sits skew on her face. Like a tribute. Well, considering the gameplay is more at a bow snatcher and police nuts. I mean, it's just PC 98. PC 98 games are all like this. There's some I want to play. I need to look at how to play PC 98 games. Maybe it should be easy. We'll find out. We lost. No! Although her pale blue eye... Wait, is it because she's 50? Hag? We've lost a hag? Although her pale blue eyes are wide open and staring at you, they don't move, and she does not blink. Her skin is pallid, matching the cool blue of her eyes, the striking red of her lipstick standing out in a dramatic contrast. You stay holding the doctor for a moment before gently laying her down and, with as much delicacy as you can manage, in your bulky spacesuit, you move her eyes closed as you stand up and exhale deeply. Unlike the crew on the bridge, the doctor didn't appear to have suffered from any burns or shocks. You had to guess it seemed that someone had struck her? Although you had no idea whether it was that or the lack of atmosphere that had been responsible for her death. That's 3 confirmed loss then, you mutter to yourself. Stepping away from the doctor, more glass crunching under your soles. It's increasingly like this was how things would be on the rest of the ship, especially considering the central area had been depressurized with no safety measures engaged. You've been holding out hope that at least some of the crew had made it, but based on what you've seen on the bridge and here, though, that didn't seem likely. Dead O'Brien, potentially? We haven't gotten to engineering. Surely he's okay. As you survey the room, you turn your attention back to the glass underfoot and shattered front edge of the cabinets. What happened here? You head towards the back of the room to examine the cabinets. You feel the crunch of glass fragments under your feet. Although the floor is scattered with various boxes and bottles of different medicines, there's something in particular that catches your eye. Squat down and pick up the open packet that you recognize. Nutri Shake Mix. Shake Max! Oh, Dead of the Bride is a horror PC 98 game? So this is just... It's Dead of the Bride, or the Brain. Dead of the Brain, but then we mix it around. We go dyslexic, and we have Dead O'Brien. That's surely what it is. The true tribute really makes you think, it does. As you turn the patch over in your hand, you look inside and find it's completely empty of the powder that it should contain. Placing it back on the floor, you look around and realize that whilst all the boxes of medication are still sealed, the packets you can see torn open are NutriShake packets. Would someone really do all this for NutriShake? Do you have anything else about her? And what exactly happened down here? There's no one in there right now. No point in opening that door. Sus. Can we get anything? Okay, it doesn't open. The NutriShakes. Can we get a NutriShake? I mean, no, I guess if you are nutrient deficient, you wouldn't NutriShake it. Mark Butte. So where Hansen's room is on the gun dog. This was... It could be one of the armored frame pilots. Uskstadt? Uskstadt. Alright, if these are references, I am not getting them. Although I guess... Well, no, because Bashir... Lieutenant Bashir's name was a... There's a word I'm thinking that I cannot remember. Based off where their quarters are, probably pilot like Harv. Rory Way. Wonder if they'll have a junior engineer on placement like Dalton. Whose room is this? Albany Roll. The quarter distribution is the same as gun nug. This must be O'Brien's gunner. Okay. Can we get into their quarters? Stood outside the door that would be yours. Had you served on the O'Brien instead of the gun dog, you can't help but feel nauseous. Familiarity of the door, the quarters, the thoroughfare, it all forces you to think about how close the gun dog came to being here before the O'Brien. You push that through your mind. As close as it was to happening, it didn't. You were here now, not whoever lived behind that door. Rolling up your right hand into your fist, you hammer against the door, then place your helmet against, waiting for a response. When you don't get one, you repeat the process a few more times, till eventually you step back, rubbing your gloved hand to try and ease the soreness from pounding the door. No one's in. Can I... No, okay. Mina, don't go! It's even... But okay, they really are trying. Jules Bashir? Definitely not Julian Bashir. No, no. No, no. Rest in peace, Lieutenant Bashir. So where Cassie's quarters would be. Kim Henry. That one I don't understand. Second in command. Jala DeForge? Okay, this one I understand. Given the location of the room, there's the chief engineer. Esri! Esri! I know Esri! As in Harry Kim from Voyager? I was thinking... Okay. Yeah. I know. Wait, DeBoer? Is that someone else's? Was that her name? Was that similar to her? No. She was not, I want to say Gax, but that's not the right... I can't remember what the name of the symbiote was. A ship doctor. I'm sorry I couldn't get to you in time, Dr. DeBoer. let's see. Dax, that's what it is. I was like, Gax is wrong, because I think that's me thinking of Gex. Jedzia Dax, but then Ezri Dax. Gexton's back! Are we getting a new Gex? If I remember correctly. Standing from the quarters, there was a gun knife, big real queasy. I guess it's because it's Cassandra's. There's nothing to think about it aside from lucky coincidences. This could have happened to the Gundog instead of O'Brien. To be fair, what are we not thinking about Gex? It's true. It's true. Gax equals Gex plus Gax. That would be... If Gax acknowledged Gex, that'd be crazy. Do you think Gax played Gex ever? Despite your best efforts to keep that thought out of your mind, you can't help but dwell on seeing a door that could have been Cassandra's. Spends their free time on the other side of the store. Is it as much of a mess as Cassie's room? How close were the two of you from having this happen to you? Now's not the time for that. You remind yourself stating it out loud to force the thoughts away. With your focus back on the task at hand, you repeat the process you've been using to check signs of life. Fortunately, you get nothing back. This search and rescue is not going so well. You approach the captain's quarters at the end of the corridor and see St. Julian insignia as Captain Bartomeu's door. Below it is a nameplate which proudly presents O'Brien's captain's full name. Paul Henri Gerard. Is this a Picard reference? What was his full name? Jean-Luc Picard. Paul Henri Gerard. Yeah. I was like, it has to be, right? You've seen that Captain Gerard met his end on the bridge, so you can assume the chances of anyone being inside his quarters are extremely low. Still, you think there's a potential that there might be someone in there that could explain what happened. If you were lucky, he might even have the latest access code printed out. I'm not getting in there right now, but maybe when I found a key card? Yeah, it carries the same gravitas. Paul Henri Gerard. Still nothing for me to do at the moment. Yeah, we haven't found any key. Fire control? Exhale slowly as you look at the door to the O'Brien's fire control, and the gun dog, Dylan, had music to keep him occupied. Whoever was assigned to the station on the O'Brien probably wasn't so lucky. With this thought in your mind, you carry out the process of hammering on the door, resting your helmet on it and giving it another go after getting nothing but silence in return. After a few attempts, you hear nothing coming from the room beyond. You step back, mentally crossing this room from your list of potential safe havens on board. Man. The hangar! As you make your way through the gloom of the four-sided thoroughfare, you absent-mindedly knock on the low-gravity warning sign just before the double doors that lead to the ship's hangar. Placing the portable sub-terminal at your feet, you hammer on the door with your fist, hoping that if anyone's in there, they'll hear your signal and reciprocate it in kind. After around 10 seconds of this, you stop and press your helmet against the door. If there's any noise in there, the vibration would travel through the door and your helmet, allowing to hear it. Anything? I guess no one's in there. Hey, can you hear me in there? You call out, resuming your hammering on the door when you get no response. Hey, who's ever in there? We're from the JFS Gundog. We're here to rescue you. Can you hear me? There's definitely someone in there. Although you're still not getting an obvious response, the knowledge that someone is in there fills you with a sense of urgency, and you hurry to get your suit's radio to broadcast. This is Lieutenant Tsukimi B. Dorney of the JFS Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew of the JFS O'Brien. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Tsukimi Bidorni. See, it's a good thing we did Bidorni. Of the JFS Gundog. We're here to provide assistance to any crew of the JFS O'Brien. But just get the thing that opens the door. Come on. You slam your fist onto the hangar door one more time. Despite the signs that someone was still alive in there, with no way to get into the hangar and no response on the radio, you feel like you may as well be a million miles away from them. Picking up the portable sub-terminal, you look from one end of the four-side thoroughfare to another. Presence of a survivor made you need to find a card key. Oh, that's right! We can't use it without a card key! Like to a member of the crew, all the more urgent. Ah! Given the time when the Gundog was presumably the Gundog and presumably the O'Brien had blacked out, you knew there shouldn't have been anyone in the mess hall. Despite this, you also knew it wasn't uncommon for crew members to disappear from the station briefly to grab quick pick-me-up or treats, especially if their duty was quiet. Wait, could the... Oh, we might have to go back. The doctor might have had a card key on them, and I might have needed to do, like, look or talk or use or something. Especially if that crew was Cassandra Quinn. You go through the routine of hammering the door, waiting. Okay, wait. Oh. Okay. Doesn't wear stethoscope around her neck. Or her key card. She doesn't wear a key card on her lip. Where is it? Hang on, her key card. The thought reminds me of the chief's instructor. Yeah. Still resolve, aware that you need to do, but not finding the concept altogether pleasant. Sorry about this, doctor. Squatting beside her, you pat the doctor down. The thickness of your spacesuit glove makes the task difficult. You do your best to be respectful. Eventually, you reach the doctor's waist and feel a protrusion from her side. Opening the white coat, you see the internal pocket. An internal pocket, and after a moment spent trying to fit your glove inside, gloved hand inside, you manage to grab hold of something and pull it out. Yes! Ezra, thank you for your card. Doctor won't have clearance. Slip me into the central. Oh, we probably have to do this to the captain up there as well. Oops. I forgot that we needed card keys to get in with the machine. I'm just sorry we didn't get here sooner. Okay. Move to the central hub. Oh, my radio is still alive? Hello, Hanson? Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. Cassie, what are you doing on this? We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. Cassie, what are you... We read. That's a sweet... Eh? What? What? We read you. That's a sweet voice you got there, Gundog. I'm transmitting coordinates and mission update files now. It's good to finally... What? This is from when... Roger that! JFS O'Brien, this is Lieutenant Commander Quinn from the JFS Gundog. We're picking up your signal and have arrived at the rendezvous point area. Please transmit your precise coordinates. Over. Wait, it's just... It's looping? A time anomaly? The snippet of the conversation between Cassie and Lieutenant Bashir loops a few times until eventually fading out into static. With as little explanation as why the transmission started and ends. Why would that be What would be transmitting that recording? Okay, for the time being, we'll see if we can save this person. Although there's a chance that whoever is in there may not be in a spacesuit yet. If I open these doors, I risk putting them out in the vacuum. There may be something I've missed I could... that could let me get the access code more safely. Charge in there and grab them, but I should only do it if there's no other option. Okay, hold on. Wait, not here. Wait, how do I save again? Okay, there we go. Counterpoint. I did just save, so now we can do it. But what if it... I don't want to kill them! I feel like it wouldn't give me a game over. We can do it real quick though. Time to kill somebody. Let's see, with the same infuriating slowness as the other doors, we open it. Noticing the absence of any signs of depressurization, you continue to force your way through the door. Soon as you're through, you vault your way down the staircase, skipping increasingly more steps at a time. Oh, increasingly skipping. Wait, God, this chat is messing with. Skipping increasingly more steps at a time as the gravity disappears until you're eventually floating past entire sets of stairs altogether. Setting your radio to broadcast with one hand and grabbing the guardrail in front of you with the other, you call out into the darkness of the void hangar. Whack, whack, whack! I got jump scared. Hello, is anyone here? Hello? Lieutenant B. Dorney from the JFS Gundog. We've come to help. Hello? Peered to the darkness, straining to see any signs of life. You knew that you'd heard activity from in here from the other side of the door, so where were they? Is it gonna kill us? Do we actually get a game over? You stand frozen in place, because that's not what our mechs look like. That is very different from what our mechs look like. Stand frozen in place, unable to move your legs, unable to speak, as the huge machine that just pulled itself out of the darkness looms over you. It's unlike anything you've seen before. No ship, shuttle, armored frame, or worker pod that you know of looks the slightest bit like this. As you will yourself to do something, anything, the thing in front of you remains totally motionless. Until suddenly, something deep inside you tells you that you've got moments to react to whatever is going on. Oh. Hello? We're gonna die. You slowly raise both your hands, palms spread, and take a step towards the thing. Considering how the machine was in the O'Brien's hangar, it shouldn't be hostile, right? Maybe it was a prototype or something that they'd been testing prior to their mission to investigate the strange signals? I'm Lieutenant B. Dorney from the JFS Gundog. We've come to help you reactivate the O'Brien. You wait for a response, but neither hear nor see anything that indicates whoever is on board has acknowledged you. Whoever is in that thing. I'm Lieutenant B. Dorney from the JFS Gundog. We've come to... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. You pause, having just noticed the sparks of electricity appearing. Oh! Electricity? Electricity bolt? Maybe this is what killed the crew? Some of them, at least. Electricity appearing around the most forward protrusion of the machine. Within a few seconds, you see it illuminate from the inside. by an intense light. What? Dodge! Acting entirely on instinct, you launch yourself side. Oh, not dodge! You launch yourself sideways, only just in time to avoid a searing beam of light. So bright, you involuntarily squeeze your eyes shut and look away. As your vision returns, you look at where the beam had been focused and see warped and molten metal surrounding a deep gash that runs along the part of the catwalk where you'd been. Okay, wait, I want to try something. Oh, wait, I can't do it now. Can I? Yes, I can. I'm going to see if this helps with my reading ability. The vertical slice taken out of the wall, you can see the beam had penetrated all the way to the rear of the stairwell, slicing through the first step of steps in the progress. Maybe not. Neither of them are dyslexia friendly. Looking back to the machine that had just torn through. Wait. Okay, that had just torn through the interior of the O'Brien with ease. You see the same electrical spark and glowing light of the front of the craft. Uh-oh. Now are we dead? No, we're still alive. The same survival instinct which made you dive out of the way of the last bolt kicks in and you push off the catwalk a split second before another pulse of light lances from the machine, liquefying the steel where you stood moments before. Grabbing the edge of the entrance into the stairwell, you redirect yourself and push off the wall, sending yourself up past the half-melted set of steps and towards the door into the thoroughfare. As you stumble into the corridor, you grab your radio. I almost said audio. Bucket! Hanson, get to the Juno right now. We need to leave. You yell as you bolt into the central hub. Hanson, do you hear me? We need to get off this ship immediately. Whoa, that's its own animation. Hanson! You scream one last time before sprinting down the remainder of the Forsyth thoroughfare. As you pass the boundary into the center hub, the corridor behind you is illuminated with another intense flash of light. You don't turn around, instead, continuing at speed towards the airlock where the Juno had been left. Hanson, I'm serious. We need to leave now before the ship's torn to pieces. Hanson! He should be safe, but the problem is, when we need to get out of here, he needs to be with us. Get off the bridge and get down here. With no response from Hanson, your mind races. You're doing your best to formulate a plan when you look back at the Forsyth thoroughfare and see it's scored with huge cuts that run from floor to ceiling, the liquefied metal of the ship's structure framing their paths. Ah, damn it! The same instinct that saved you in the hangar kicks in, and you turn towards the airlock. Are we at new type? Racing towards the open entrance and the stars you can see in the distance. As you head towards the open cockpit of the armored frame, you try and remember the startup sequence that will let you pilot it out of here. You begin to climb up the Juno's chest, and as you reach the top, look inside to see the pilot's seat empty. Ugh! God damn it, Chris, where are you? I mean, he's probably still trying to get the black box, right? Looking back towards the entrance of the airlock and seeing no one in the distance, you know you have no choice. You have a choice to make. You cry in frustration, slamming your fist on the cockpit hatch. Despite every instinct you have screaming at you to run, you know you can't just abandon Hansen, regardless of his personality. He's still a crewmate! Eyes fixed on the corridor, leading into the airlock as you wait for him to appear. You know he hasn't received a radio signal, but he must have seen what was happening to the ship from the bridge. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. You mutter as your right leg begins to twitch in anticipation. This is so cool, though! I'll die waiting for Hansen if I have to. I will not allow him. If he survives after we leave him, he'll never let us hear the end of it. I'd rather die. As the beam of energy tears through the airlock floor and ceiling, you barely react. You've made your decision and you're going to wait for Hansen until the last possible second. Crybaby, you asshole! You better get yourself into this judo right now. I swear to God, I'll... Yo, what, ma'am? At the entrance to the room containing the airlock, you see Hansen, black box under one arm, running at full speed towards you. I'm here now. It's a shame I won't see what discipline you had planned for me. Hansen, shut up and get out. Get us out of here. Whatever you say, ma'am. Does he not, like, see the hole that wasn't there before? Does he not realize we're being attacked? In one swift motion, Hansen pulls himself up to the cockpit entrance and disappears inside. As soon as he's in, you enter after him and quickly begin to buckle yourself into the passenger seat. Not to be mean, but I think there's a severe lack of comma usage in this game. That so far is my only complaint. In just a few seconds, Hansen pulls the lever and seals the Juno cockpit and works his way through the entire startup sequence. Even before the main monitor is active, he pulls back on the flight stick and you feel the rumble of the Juno's engine moving the armor frame away from the ship as the main view screen switches on, showing the O'Brien shrinking into the distance. Whoa! What did you do? One minute I'm pulling out the black box, the next I see the light showing, going outside, and some kind of laser beam nearly cut me in half. I didn't do anything. There was something in the hangar, and then it went off. It was tearing the whole ship apart from the inside. So you tripped an AF's weapon system or something? Can't let you go anywhere near these things without you causing problems. You're about to continue your protest at Hansen when you see a column of light penetrate the surface of the O'Brien. What the? That's it. It's got to be some sort of prototype AF or something. I've never seen a weapon like it. Tore through the O'Brien's hull like paper. What the hell kind of weapon is that? No idea, but we need to... where's the gun dog? Get back to the gun dog right now. What? And leave that thing out here? Okay, maybe we should take it on. Maybe we should have fought. Whatever that thing is, it just shredded the O'Brien from the inside out with a weapon we've never encountered before. Our comms are out, and if it takes us down and gets the drop on the gun dog, they'll be sunk in seconds. Alright, wait, maybe I chose the right thing. It is true, we probably can't fight back. Hansen looks from you to the screen showing the strange craft atop the O'Brien's hull. I wish it showed it. And after a moment of deliberation, turns the Juno towards the gun dog and sets off a maximum thrust. If we can warn them, maybe Dylan can get it on the long range system and take it down with the cannons before it... Damn it! You grip tightly onto the seat as Hansen struggles to reorient the armored frame. Something has just struck you hard. As the ensign regains control over the Juno, you see the enemy. Is the Juno a reference to anything that I'm missing? Or is it just like Juno as in... What is it? That's like a... Like... God? Greek god? See the enemy machine disappearing into the distance of the main monitor. That thing just slammed into us and took off like nothing happened. What the hell is it? It's headed straight for the gun dog. Go now! What do you think I'm doing? Hanson barks as he resumes he barks as he resumes maximum thrust, causing our machine to judder and shake. As the enemy shrinks to the distance on the Juno's monitor, Hanson doesn't let up on the speed, maintaining a high level of acceleration. The tremors you can feel in the cockpit grow more intense the faster the armored frame moves. Grabbing onto the straps, holding you in place with both hands, you pass your eyes over the readout of the cockpit's various dials and sub-monitors. Almost all of them are flashing warnings or alerts, with the needles of the majority of the gauges deep in the red. Crybaby, if this keeps up, the Juno's going to fall apart. Slow it down! Hanson smirks at your order, scoffing as he somehow finds more acceleration that increases the vibrations to the point that you feel like they'll shake you to pieces any moment. This is my Juno, Lieutenant. Don't tell me how to treat her. She's not as delicate as she looks. And we're gonna need all that she's got to get back to the gun dock before that thing. Alright, baby, if we get back and we're dead, yeah. You can write me up to the captain when that happens. Yeah, Juno is the wife of Jupiter in Roman mythology, so it makes sense to name it for Jovian Mech. Yeah, I knew it had something to do with like mythology of some kind. I just wasn't sure what. But yeah, that makes sense. You grow to close your eyes, trying to ignore the beeping that's started and the high-pitched whine you hear coming from the back of the cockpit. You're aware of every second that passes as the two of you race back to the gun dog. The tension worsens by the near constant screaming of the warning system. With Hanson in control, all you can do is hope that you get back in time before the gun dog can be cut to pieces by the weapon you've seen make short work of the O'Brien. You've lost track of how long you've been pursuing the enemy when suddenly when some garbled static bursts from the speakers and a shrill panic voice screeches at you. Uh-oh. Oh god, what voice did we give her? Oh right! Nerd, but bad nerd. I repeat, this is Lieutenant Lord of the JFS Gundog. We're under attack by an unknown enemy unit. Any JCF ships in range, please respond. This is Lieutenant Lord, this is Gundog 1 approaching Gundog it. Craze! Where have you been? Get back to the ship right now. We're under fire from something. Hanson rolls his eyes because everyone hates Vanessa. This is great. His eyes as he cuts off. As he's cut off by Vanessa's demand. Roger that, ma'am. Gundog 1 return. Now! Shaking his head rather than following up with an answer, Hanson quickly flicks a few switches and you see the readouts of some monitors switch to display information about the armored frame's weapon system. Oh no. Oh no! But also cool animation! As he does this, you turn your attention to the main monitor. In the distance, you can see small lights flickering in and out, surrounding a point in space on the on-screen readout. Wait. Surrounding a point in space, the on-screen readouts inform you is the gun dog. What is it fighting? With the Juno approaching the ship at speed, you can see that the lights are actually rounds being rapidly fired from the gun dog's point defense system. A collection of rotary cannons mounted on the turret along the ship's exterior. You can tell from their short bursts that the erratic shift in the direction they're firing that the machine you ran into on the O'Brien is moving both quickly and unpredictably, with the automated cannons unable to keep up. It's moving so fast we can't even see it. Yeah, Dylan having to control all of those is kind of crazy. Lord, this is Gundog. We're back at... Chris, what the hell is that thing? How would I know? Useless! Here, Hansen mutters something under his breath too quietly for the communication systems to pick up. Just destroy it. We've already taken some heavy hits to the porthole. Yeah, I get it. Just tell Deez. I forget that was his last name. Just tell Deez to watch the anti-air. Really like the design of the... Whoa! Oh my god, look at how smooth. Oh my god, that's so cool. Wait, they went so hard on the animation here. Yo! Is that of the Junos? Has a dump. Yeah, you can tell where their like references came from. Man, that's so cool. We can finally see it. Based on the speed at which it was moving, you know that if you're going to have a chance at taking this thing out, you'll need to figure out a way to get ahead of it. I mean, we can just stay in place. it's going in a loop. You're about to make this observation to Hansen, but you see a deep focus in his face, his eyes tracing the path that the enemy moves along as it weaves around the barrage incoming the ship. With a sudden flurry of motion on the controls, Hansen adjusts the armored frame's trajectory, sending it soaring uncomfortably close to the Gundog's bridge, just in time to intercept the strange craft as it rises up from the far side of the ship. Peekaboo! Reusing the same evasive maneuvers, amateur! Hansen yells. Slamming down on the pedals, Hansen positions the Juno over the top of the enemy, and you hear a heavy click as he pulls the trigger on the right flight stick. Too easy. Oh, there it is! Yo! Oh, come here! As the rounds from the machine gun slam into the target, Hansen presses down on the button on the left flight stick, sending a volley of missiles roaring away from the Juno shoulder pod and directly into the enemy, engulfing it in an explosion. It doesn't matter how powerful the machine is if the pilot's no good. But if they have strong armor, none of this will mean anything. What? As the smoke clears, staring back. The second they didn't show us what happened, I knew. Staring back at you is the machine that you've just seen hit by a swarm of missiles, each one individually powerful enough to destroy another armored frame. Instead of being totally destroyed, the craft looked completely fine. You don't even see a hint of a scorch mark on its armor. What is that thing made of? Hansen snarls, pulling the trigger on the right flight stick again, this time emptying the entire magazine into the target. Oh no. Uh-oh! As if totally indifferent to Hansen's assault, the craft turns to face you, and you see an increasingly bright light beginning to build in front of it, with sparks and crackles of electricity running along its nearby surface. Move! Don't tell me how to pilot! The ensign yells back at you as he navigates the Juno away from the beam that tears through the space you just occupied. Only seconds after what felt like a moment of triumph, the tables had been so thoroughly turned. You find yourself being slammed from side to side as Hansen executes a rapid series of maneuvers in an attempt to escape the enemy's pursuit. Huge beams of energy blast through the space around you every few seconds as the Juno dives, climbs, rolls, and banks. As he weaves through the haul of bullets coming from the Gundog's own defense system and the attack from the enemy machine, Hansen's breath grows faster and faster. Hansen, we cannot run it. We're going to need to figure out something. His eyes flicker rapidly back and forth from monitor to gauge, and his hands twitching quickly, sending the Juno darting from place to place. Hansen doesn't seem to notice you at all. Hansen! Hansen! What? This isn't working. We need to do something. Don't tell me how to pilot. Stow it. You can keep this up forever. Or you can't keep this up forever. We need to figure out something. As you yell at Hansen, you get thrown into the side of the cockpit by a high-speed turn that he pulls off just as the huge beam passes overhead, illuminating the cockpit as its brightness fills the monitor. Author is definitely a long sentence enthusiast. Like, not all of them are bad. Like, this is fine. There's just some I just need some I need commas in some places. Come on then, ma'am. What do you have in mind? We should... Oh, shoot. Oh, you should use... You rack your brain trying to come up with some way to stop this thing's impervious enemy. Or to stop the impervious enemy. You just wanted to take a direct hit from a frame-busting missile and come away without a scratch. If that didn't harm it, then nothing else the Juno wielded would be able to stop it. The thoughts race as you try to come up with a solution. How do you destroy the invulnerable?
Dadorny. Dadorny.
Nicola Murphy! Thank you so much for the follow. You're a Dornian now. Let's hope it's the right choice. I didn't even have time to read all the choices. I was like, that one looks good. That's it. What? If the missiles won't take that thing down, nothing else we've got is going to be able to destroy it. Great. So what, Lieutenant? You think we should just surrender now? Let it destroy us? That's not what I mean. If we can't destroy it, then we need to change tactics. We need to try and disable it. I knew. Even we got those in the demo, and I was like, those have to be something. It was use the ship's main guns, use Dalton's creation, get Haru out here. No, don't get Haru out here. Haru will die! Hansen glances across you with a sneer, clearly about to criticize your idea, but before you can respond, his attention is taken by another blast from the enemy. Energy weapon, which he evades at the very last moment. Dalton's been working on a compound to seal hull breaches, but he's been turning it into ammunition for Juno's machines too. If it works, we can trap this thing. That stuff's made to set hard, to act as a new hull. There's no way it could escape. Hansen scoffs at you despite being in the middle of carrying out a maneuver involving suddenly braking, dropping downward through space, and letting the enemy machine fly overhead so that it can fire another volley of machine gun rounds at its underside. If this works, Lieutenant, what if it doesn't? Are you going to trust a little dork with our lives? Have you got a better idea, Ensign? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I thought! That's what I thought! As the Juno continues to shake from the strain its engines are under, and the sudden spins and turns Hansen is making it perform, you manage to lean towards the communication system and press the down on a button that allows you to broadcast. Gundog, this is Gundog 1. Patch me through to Cadet Grange. Don't touch my controls! Shut up, Hansen. I repeat, Gundog, this is Gundog 1. Patch me through to Cadet. You want to what, B. Dorney? We're just about to send Rumney out. But the launch pads are damaged, so they're coming out the main hangar door. Deal with that thing for a few more minutes. Nothing we've got in our Junos are going to stop it. Lord, just put me through to Dalton. He's getting Haru's AF out there. I'm in charge of this operation, B. Dorney. Don't go distracting my... Lord, shut up! Not respectively. Put me through to Dalton right now. With all disrespect intended, put me through to Dalton. Oh wait, what was his? Oh, what was his voice? What was Dalton? He wasn't... I remember he's not Southern. Oh right, he's Stoner. That's right, Dalton's Stoner. Like slash bone, or slash bone? No, what's his name? Boron, there we go.
Devil Dorney Takakomakuro here. All due respect, shut the fuck up.
With absolute disregard to respect. With all respect thrown out the window. Shut up.
Lieutenant.
We're doing our best to get Haru out there. We just need a... Dalton, forget about Haru. Did you manage to make any more of your sealant ammunition? Asakadoni Metro! Huh? Oh yeah, I managed to make enough for 2 old magazines, but send it out now. But Lieutenant, I've not tested. Now, Dalton! Yes, ma'am. Cockpit shudders as the armor frame breaks suddenly, following a tight quarter that takes it around the rear of the gun dog and out of sight of the attacker. Although you're slammed backwards, Hansen remains focused and unleashes a barrage of machine gun fire just as the enemy soars past you. As you recover, you glare at Hansen. Was that necessary? Never waste ammo, B. Dorney. Before the other craft can respond, Hansen quickly maneuvers away and you see the empty magazine eject from the Juno's gun. Grange, send the ammo out! On a supply launch. Heading 0 Mark 30, full thrust. Yes, sir. 0 Mark 30. Launch in 4 minutes. 4 minutes? 4 minutes? That's like an eternity on the battlefield. Is this a mecha visual novel? Yeah. Get it done in 2, kid. Yes, sir. Oh. What did that... Oh, wait, did that say criticize Hansen? Oops, I don't think I wanted to do that. I read that as Christina. I thought it was another person's name. My bad! The enemy back in pursuit. Hansen brings the Juno up to full thrust as he navigates the armor frame above the gun dog into a location you know what has the most point defense coverage. Despite the pressure of the sudden acceleration, you manage to snap at Hansen. Don't be a dick, Cruz. He's doing his best. Simultaneously evading the fire from the gun dog and the attacking craft, Hansen still manages to exclaim in shock with a burst of laughter. Get real. You're dragging me up for my conduct right now. That kid, Crybaby, is a crewmate and our only hope of stopping
Angel
this thing.
Dorney Baden Lilly here. Remember the engineering advice of Montgomery Scott. Always tell them it will take 4 times as long as it actually will. Then you get a reputation as a miracle worker.
True. Maybe that's what he was doing. Ha 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 ha. You've got some priorities, ma'am, but... Uh-oh. I don't think we should have criticized him. Although you felt Hansen adjust the Juno's trajectory to evade the approaching enemy, he'd not been quick enough and it slammed straight into you, shaking both you and sending your armor frame canaring away wildly. God damn it, B. Dorney. If you want to write me up, do it later. Now just sit still and shut up. As the attacking craft speeds away into the distance before stopping suddenly and turning on its axis, you head back towards the gun dog. Hansen turns the Juno and speeds towards the front of the ship. Moving to the location, you instructed Dalton to send the ammunition. That frog's still going, he is. He is also the one controlling the ship we're in, though, so we do kind of need him to pay attention. With the main monitor now focused on the open hangar door, you can see Dalton, just as ordered, sending a supply launch rocketing towards you. The launch, little more than a large sled with a series of thrusters attached, speed through the void towards you, and in a smooth motion, Hansen moves to meet it. He deftly manipulates the armor frame's hand to grab the machine gun magazine tethered to it without needing to stop. Pulling back just in time to evade another blast from the enemy cannon, Hansen slams the flight stick forward, sending the armored frame tearing through space and towards the opponent. This better work, B. Dorney! I don't know if it will. Before the craft can evade, Hansen brings the machine gun to bear on it and holds down the trigger, the rounds all meeting their mark. Wait, We got a new animation at least! As the shots land, the enemy watching is engulfed in a sudden expanding mass that billows outward from the point of impact and spreads all over its surface. Get marshmallowed. Within seconds, the attacker is encased in a thick coating of Dalton's compound, which sets as suddenly as it had expanded, leaving the craft's long appendages visibly struggling against the material restraining properties. Hey, that stuff's not bad. Kid's done good work. But we're not done yet. Hold on, Lieutenant. It got whipped creamed! Despite being almost entirely encompassed in the ceiling, your foe's still heading right at you. Now it's just gonna try and headbutt us. Where the hell do you think you're going? Henson yells, sending the Juno straight towards the enemy. You're not going anywhere! With an impact, he reverberates violently through... With an impact that reverberates violently through the cockpit, the armored frame slams into the oncoming craft. Go to hell! Oh, he knifed him! He knifed him! You watch as with a rapid sequence... Actually, wait, let me... Hold on. Ready? There we go. You watch as with a rapid sequence of button presses on the right flight stick, Hansen commands the Juno to let go of its machine gun and draw its combat knife. Always give your mech combat knives. Or some melee. I am a stark believer in melee for robots. Always give your robots melee. Full thrust dork guns all over the surface. Pure win. Perfect. The Juno rules, yeah, a sword, a dagger, something that doesn't have ammo, something that they can use at close range that nobody's anticipating. The whole armor frame shakes with each impact as Hansen drives the knife over and over, always make this personal now, into one of the small portions of exposed armor showing amongst the massive ceiling. Warning, warning, alert, alert, danger, danger. The world becomes a cacophony of noise as the clash of the knife on the armor surface of the enemy mech, the scream of the Juno's engines as they struggle to counteract the other craft's thrust, and various alarms of warning that fill the cockpit. Go! Down! You! Ah, hell! Suddenly, you're forced back into your seat by a rush of acceleration. Hansen, what's going on? You just about managed to turn your head against the force of the thrust to see Hansen shunting the flight stick back and forth, stomping on the pedals. Its engines must have cut out, but the controls have gone on ours. It can't stop them. Wait, its engines have cut out, but the controls have gone on ours. I can't stop. Okay. As Hansen continues to struggle with the controls, Vanessa screeches at you over the radio, sounding more panicked than ever. Crybaby, you're headed straight for the hangar! Change course! Crybaby! I'm trying! Cries, you're going to... Despite Ensign Kreese gaining an advantage against the unknown enemy craft that had attacked the JFS Gundam, a mechanical failure in the engine of his Juno 3 resulted in both the unidentified machine and the armor frame crashing into the ship's hangar. Lieutenant B. Dorney and Ensign Kreese were both quickly extracted from the armor frame and sent to the ship's sickbay. Upon being cleared for duty, Lieutenant B. Dorney is ordered to the hangar to help secure the enemy craft. Wait! We crashed into the hangar. Oh no, Dalton. Dalton? Outer Jovian space. The hangar of the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundam. Okay, wait. Yeah, wait. Everybody might be safe. We have normal music. We survived.
Devil
didn't
Dorny
crash into
GOJ here.
the bridge.
Welcome to the hangar.
Welcome to the hangar. Crash to the hangar. Rip Dornans. Yeah, I don't know if you guys made it out. You stretch your neck from side to side and roll your shoulders as you wait for the captain's judgment. Dr. Rosarium had done his best for your neck injury. For the neck injury you'd acquired during Hansen's less than textbook landing into the landing, but the captain had been insistent that her sole security officer return to duty immediately. As a result, after a cursory once-over, the doctor had given you an anti-inflammatory injection on one side of your neck and an injection of painkillers on the other side before sending you away. That doesn't sound wise. This had left your neck numb and you with the vague sensation that your head could become detached at any moment. But at least you're up and about. I feel like there's someone in that carpet. We've accidentally sealed them in, but they're there. Surveying the hangar, you know you should be thankful for this miracle. Both Hansen and Juno and the craft it had been fighting had entered the hangar at full thrust. If Dalton hadn't thought quickly and activated every single piece of arrestor gear available, the two machines would have torn straight through in the belly of the Gundar. Dalton MVP! Okay, is he still alive? Is Dalton still alive? On top of that, they slammed into the storage container, the tank that had been keeping the experimental high-density foam in, causing it to rupture and coat the attacker in the substance and adhere to the hangar floor. Not bad. With the machine stuck in place, it didn't take long for the Juno's engines to burn out as it pushed against the immovable object. Dalton doesn't reserve any respect after all the... No, Dalton is the engineer, the intern engineer that... He's like a stoner. He's an anxious pile of leaves, and thus, in my brain, he turns to weed to help him calm down. The one that we just like is Hansen. Hansen, yeah. Dalton MVP, Hansen is still a frog. Yeah, Dalton baby. Dalton is baby. That's like, it's only slightly related. I learned that the main character, the main actor for Kamen Rider Gotchard is only 19. I didn't realize that. I was like, oh, hey baby! What this did mean, though, was that the mysterious assailant, which had torn the O'Brien to pieces and nearly done the same to the Gundog, was stuck irremovably for the time being, right in the middle of the hangar. Must bully Dalton lovingly. Pet the Dalton. I have burpees for some reason. Pet the Dalton. Love the Dalton. Push the Dalton buttons. It had shown no activity since it went dead, just outside the Gundog, but having one of those eye-like cameras exposed didn't leave you...
Is this craft secured, Lieutenant?
Oh, yes, ma'am. To be honest, Cadet Ranged Foam has done most of the work for us. With the amount of that stuff it's covered with, I don't see it making any moves anytime soon. Even the tethers we used aren't really necessary. When we get back to Europa Colony, it'll probably be easier to remove the entire hangar block to get to this thing rather than carve it out.
Is that so?
Yes, ma'am. You wait for a moment as the captain allows your response to her rhetorical question to hang in the air.
As far as capturing enemy technology goes, this could have certainly gone more smoothly.
A bolt of anger shoots through your body. As if you have any right to criticize things going badly. Ah! This is what happens when we look at things. You immediately suppress his reaction as the captain turns back towards you.
Regardless, You've all done good work today. Lieutenant B. Dorney, Cadet Grange.
Ma'am, yes, thank you. Dalton, who had been lurking at your side like a nervous shadow this entire time, squeaks. The unexpected compliment taking him completely by surprise. I mean, that is, if the container hadn't been in the area, then it wouldn't have lost so much hangar space, and I'm sorry that... You swiftly but gently elbow the cadet at his side. Thank you, ma'am. He's so baby.
Very good, Cadet. Well then.
The captain once again leaves a sentence trail off half-formed. Whereas this manner of speech has previously left you disconcerted with its indication that there was something the captain was holding back, you found yourself no longer bothered by it. Whether this was because you were used to it or simply too tired to be perturbed was a matter you hadn't quite decided on. Look at how smug she was. I feel like if you're a captain, you always have to look smug. Dalton, on the other hand, was still clearly terrified by the concept of being in such close proximity to the captain, to the point where his nervousness was palpable. If it wasn't for the rustling of his jumpsuit caused by his nervous fidgeting, you felt there was a good chance you'd be able to hear his heartbeat racing.
Has the chief... Has the chief...
She was the southern one. Yeah, she was the southern one. I finished my assessment of the craft, Captain. With an amount of grace that surprises you, the chief, having appeared from underneath the catwalk, grabs onto the handrail and effortlessly redirects her momentum, planting her feet firmly on the walkway you all stood on. The smirk is the most I've seen her emote. Yeah, she's very much like a cool cucumber kind of character. She stays one note in emotions, so that you can't read her.
Thank you, Captain Cathays. And your assessment?
Hard to say. Never seen anything like it. General structure is totally different from the humanoid construction you see on an AF. Whatever material this thing is made out of don't line up with what we've seen on Martian or Terran machines. Even the samples of the titanium they make on Luna didn't have this kind of durability the thing showed. Based on the combat data from Crew's AF, even that have been torn apart. Plus, no indication of a traditional drive system, which...
Your security assessment, Chief Cathays.
You stiffen as a wave of realization hits you, causing a painful twinge in your neck. As soon as you'd got out of the sickbay, the captain had ordered you to secure the craft. In your current state, still running on leftover adrenaline and recently dosed up on medication, you'd follow the orders to the letter, completely forgetting about assessing any potential risk. Right, yes, Captain. There's no sign to indicate that the craft is active anymore. No measurable electricity waves, no readings to suggest an active reactor. Now, looks like the whole thing's been totally shut down. Perfect. Perfect animation. The only reading that shows anything was a bosom count. Bosun? Boson? Bosom? Boston! Yes, the Boston count! It's surrounded by a massive amount of residual distortion. No idea why, though. You need a whole engine to put out the amount I'm registering. As far as I can tell, Captain, whatever this thing might be, it's not doing anything anytime soon.
I see. And the pilot?
If there's anyone in there, they aren't getting out. I've checked over all visible portions of its structure, and there's no trace of a cockpit hatch or entry panel. Without strong Cadet Grange's compound is, there's no way they'd be able to break through. You must, as gone pretty heavy on the cyanoacrylates. Huh, Cadet? The chief asks with a wink. Yes, ma'am. Sorry, ma'am. It's a good thing, Cadet. If you hadn't, this thing might have been able to tear its way out of the continuous rampage toward the ship's insides. Best way I could put it, Captain. I'd hope they'd have got oxygen emergency rations in there to last them until we get back to Europa, because we aren't getting in.
And you, Lieutenant?
I'd hoped that the chief explanation would suffice, but the captain had turned her attention to you expectantly. What? Why lie? Why lie? I think the chief captain just about covered it, Captain. I didn't see anything that looked like the hatch when we were securing it, so I don't think anyone's getting out of there.
I see. Nothing to add?
It's been a brief moment trying to come up with some other comment you can add to what the chief had said, but feeling another twinge in your neck layer over the already present exhaustion, you realize you simply don't have the energy. Yeah, what would we add? That maybe that we'd seen someone? But now that could be the you version. No, ma'am.
Well, that makes life easier. Swift classes aren't designed with brigs.
Captain takes a moment to move to the railings and place her hands onto them, resting what little of her weight remains in this low gravity on the support, whilst also drumming her fingers against them. As you watch Captain Bar muse, you see a brief glimmer of spark in her eyes, this slight change transforming her in front of you from the consistently disinterested captain you know to a canny, analytical version of herself. She turns back to face you, pivoting on the one hand she kept on the railing.
In that case, our priority is getting this back to Europa Colony, where it can be investigated properly. The less time we have on this on board, the less risk it possesses us. Possesses to us, I guess. Chief Cathays, I want those engines online now. Cadet Grange, I want Ensign Cruz Juno fully operational and combat ready. If this decides to reactivate, I want to be ready for it. Lieutenant Bidorni, I want you on active patrol until Ensign Cruz is out of sickbay. You, Rumney, and Cruz will be carrying out patrols around the clock until we dock at Europa. This thing has shown itself to be full of surprises. Just because we can't see a way for a pilot to get out does not mean there isn't one. Carry out a normal patrol, and then report back to me. I'll be in my quarters writing this up. Understood?
Three of you snap to attention and throw a salute in perfect synchronization.
Kate Tsukimi, hope
Hey.
Tailgate you're having a good day.
Tailgate? Don't tailgate me! Unless it's a tailgating party and we have barbecue in our trunks. Then we're okay. But thank you so much, Davana. Thank you! We're doing pretty good.
I don't know where the tailgate part of my last message came from, sorry.
Yeah, I hate when that happens. Like, you're typing and then autocorrect just like throws in something random and you like have no idea where it came from. Like you type a T and it's like, oh, clearly you meant to say tailgate. You're like, what? What? But thank you again. Even the chronically fidgety Dalton maintains perfectly still professional countenance. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Very good. Dismissed.
With a shove against the railing, the captain launches herself towards the hangar entrance, and the three of you drop your stiff postures as soon as she's out of sight. Hell of a day, huh, Lieutenant? Might also be a result of the fact that I'm crashing out of it today, but holding it together. You got it, Davana! Sometimes my brain will autocorrect, and if I hear a word while typing, I'll type the word instead of me. Except I'll read what you guys are typing, and then I'll just like throw that into any sentence I'm trying to say. That, I think, because it's being said, wait, do Freudian slips happen? Is it only with talking or is it in messages as well? Or does Freudian slip have to have like some deeper meaning to it? Like, this is what your brain's actually trying to tell you. You roll your shoulders once again, trying to get rid of the stiffness that's working its way back into your neck. No, I don't want to sound... That's just killing us. Because it can be a message, but I don't think it counts if it's like auto-corrected. Yeah, no. If it's actually auto-corrected, then no. That's just technology. Yeah, do you have a Freudian slip? Yeah, your brain confessed the word you actually subconsciously meant. Yeah, I feel like in that sense, it's like it has a deeper meaning. As opposed to just like, oh, this is what my brain was thinking that took over. I got hijacked. I got hijacked! As you think back over the day, it feels like it's been a week long. With everything that's happened, it felt like you hadn't slept for that long either. You're not wrong, Chief. Could they not just, like, get out of the hole? As you look back to the enemy craft, you can't help but feel like its exposed camera lens is pointing straight at you. Swallowing nervously, you turn away. The unwavering mechanical glare fills you with a sense of dread. So, what do you think? Is it really out of action? Like I told the captain, as far as I can tell, this thing isn't going anywhere soon. Still, it doesn't mean that I want to hang around with it glued to the inside of my hair. The sooner we get back to Europa, the better. And to do that, I need to get the gun dog's engine up and running. So I'm going to head back to the engine room. We've all got jobs to do. No time to stand around chatting if we want unexpected passengers back to Europa Colony. Cadet, Chief! The main thruster module on Cruise Juno is completely fried. Don't bother trying to salvage it. It's going to need a wholesale replacement, understood? Yes, Chief. Alright then, both of you get to it. With that, the Chief launches herself off a nearby railway and towards the hangar entrance. Much like you had with the captain earlier, you watch as she disappears, relaxing slightly when she's out of sight. Hijacked by the unconscious. There's probably some sci-fi series about that. Which reminds me, I haven't watched this week's episode of Severance! I haven't watched it yet! As you look around your surroundings, you see that Dalton has already made his way towards Hansen's Juno, leaving you alone. You kick off the catwalk and begin to gently drift towards the hangar exit, taking one last look back at the hangar before you leave. As I heard the sound of Dalton's exploratory tinkering on the Hansen's Juno, and the background hum of various air handling systems, the hangar was effectively silent. This made the sight of the previous hostile machine lifeless positioned right in the middle of it all the stranger. Still, the Chief seemed adamant that there was no chance it was going to go anywhere. And looking at it now, you have no reason not to believe her. Time for a patrol then. I can't trust it. Gotta look at it. No signs of activity, no signs of life. Remember how powerful it was? We fought tooth and nail. Hadn't been for Dalton's foaming rounds, how much longer would Hansen have been able to hold out? The fact that it had been almost unstoppable until deactivating had started to nag at you as you stared at it. Had it really been stopped? Was there something else going on? You came in here intentionally. Despite everything, you're still you. Both Junos are actually in pretty good condition. Hello, Coleman! Good morning! I saw you were up really early. I saw that you were in someone's stream and it was like 5 a.m. my time, which means it was like 4 a.m. Did you stay up late? Ignoring the burnout engines on Hansen's at least. Makes the Daltons triggering the arrestor gear at the right time. Hansen's Juno was caught before it could get covered in the foam. Oh, okay. Oh no, perceived! I was like, wait a second. Hold on. Technically slept at 10 p.m. to wake up at 4 a.m. for stream. Dedication. Dedication! Anything else? Let's see, things are working. Stacks of crates. Why were you awake to spot me? My alarm goes off at 6 a.m. And sometimes I will put on streams while I'm still like half asleep in bed. Yeah, I'm a morning jelly. Me being awake early in the morning is not a rare thing. Shouldn't be a problem if we're heading straight back to Europa. Can I use anything on this? I want to inspect it. Calmly, methodically repeat the process a few more times before returning to the catwalk near the hangar. I think it may be powerful, but there's no way the pilot would be able to break through all of this. I mean, you say that, but like... So what's our task? Dangerous territory for me if I throw on a stream or any sort of thing in the morning. I will perceive it as white noise to sleep to. Yeah. That's like when I stayed up to watch an anime that was late at night. Like, I watched it, but I was like half dead. I am cat. I am yeah. Wait, can we go? Okay, wait, is Cassie in here? No, she's not. Quickly glance around the room to see that Cassie isn't here, meaning she's still likely in sickbay. I want to see my girlfriend! Even before the elevator's doors open, your hand is raised to preempt the harsh bright light of the sickbay lighting. Powerful aroma of disinfectant walks through the elevator as the doors slide open and the light shines brightly through the widening gap. Accustomed to both these features of the sickbay, you're no longer bothered by them. As always, everything appears in order, although you quickly notice the doctor isn't at his desk. Looking over to the left of the room, you see a light illuminated above the doorway leading to the surgery wing. Oh, its large gallery windows having taken... Oh, that's the surgery area. Okay. So obscuring the view of the inside of someone's vague shapes. The doctor had been able to patch you up pretty quickly, leaving Hansen to wait for the necessary procedures that now seem to be underway. Looking back to the beds, you see Cassie tossing and turning uncomfortably. She'd been fast asleep when you and Hansen were brought in, to the point where you wondered if she'd been sedated. But now she was fidgeting and groaning, appearing in genuine discomfort. Cassie? Cassie, is everything alright? You lay a shoulder on her hand. You lay a hand on her shoulder and take her hand in yours. Hey, Cassie, can you hear me? What's wrong? That's my face when I wake up abruptly too! Oh, it's you, Tsukimi. How was the mission? Did everything... Ah! As she lets out a scream, Cassie yanks her hands away from yours, bringing it up to her head and using it alongside her free hand, as if trying to hold her head together. Ah! Completely overtaken by pain, Cassie thrashes around on the bed. It's all you can do to stop her from throwing yourself off it. Hey, Cassie, it's alright. You're good. It's gonna be okay. Alien? Are the aliens doing this?
You look around in panic, unsure what to do. Your first instinct is to get Dr. Rosarian, but he's in the middle of surgical procedure. You don't think he'd be able to drop everything just to come to Cassie. Cassie, did the doctors leave you anything? Any instructions? Any tablets? Ah! Cassie, come on. Anything? Pills? On the counter? Ugh. Without a moment's hesitation, you dash over to the counter top where you can see a half-spent blister of tablets atop the box of more of the same name. Quick, throw into the surgery room. The doctor has to handle her. Just open up and be like, we got another one! Grab a nearby small glass, fill it with water from the hand washing station, and take it and the tablets over to Cassie. Hey, Cassie. Cassie, wake up and take these. Come on. You slide your arm under Cassie's back and gently bring her to an upright position, keeping your arms in place to prop her up. Oh, hey, honey. These are the tablets you mentioned, right? Cassie, still in a daze, blinks at the glass of water and pills you hold up to her, slowly reaching out to take the glass and then some tablets. Oh, yeah. The doctor said they help the headaches. Yeah, her face is just so... She definitely looks like she's out of it. Dreamily, she places two in her mouth and you help her with a glass of water. She drains it, and after you take it off her, you lower her back down onto the bed. Thanks, sweetie. Remain standing over Cassandra for a few minutes, but it looks like she's fallen into the same heavy slumber that she was in when you brought her down here, or that when you were brought down here earlier. You squeeze her hand before turning to leave. But before you can step away, you feel a gentle grip on your wrist. Hey, come back! In a bit, I want to hear about your... Before she can finish the sentence, Cassie slumps back onto the bed, releasing you. Sure thing, Cassie. Oh. Well, at least we came by. I wonder... Would it... What? Because there was... We have time distortions, right? And she was told initially to have those like nutrient shake things, and those were things that were gone. I'm sus, you guys. I'm very sus of what's going on here. Light up. You've been ordered to carry out a security patrol by the captain, and with you being up to speed with what's going on in the hangar, that meant fire control was your next stop. As you step into the small engine room, you're surprised as Dylan turns around immediately. Oh yeah, Dylan's probably not listen to the music these days now that he's actually had to be in a fight. That I feel like that would like put me on edge, at least for a while. Yeah, he was a nerd, but he wasn't like a actually nerd. Hey, Lieutenant. Did they send you to check up on me? Just a standard security protocol, these. How's it all going? The placid warrant officer rolls his eyes, theatrically slumping back into his chair and gesturing to the monitors all around him with visible frustration. Oh, you know, great. I've been ordered to remain on high alert, but the issue with the long-range targeting system is even worse than before, so I can't actually do anything unless we've got a target in visual range. Yeah, his last name is Dees. Dylan Dees. Which means I've got to keep looking at every one of these screens all the time and nothing else. So, you know, living the dream. What's wrong with the long-range system? As if I know. The same thing as before, just worse.
That's how the enemy got the drop on us. We didn't know they were there until they were right in front of us. Otherwise, I might have been able to come up with some shots in from the main gun. Might have been able to do something against that machine at least. Not like the point defense cannons were any use. I swear, I almost got it so many times when it moved faster than the cannon could. And even when I tried to lead the target, it was too erratic to figure out where it'd be. With a groan, Dylan slides further into the chair and kicks off the floor, sending the chair spinning in a slow circle. As he rotates, he glances over all of the monitors before turning back to you. But yeah, anyway. The long-range targeting system's almost completely useless right now. It's been fuzzy since this morning, but it's got way worse when things showed up. So, it must have some jamming signal that's somehow also affecting Cassandra? Is Cassandra human? Is Cassandra a machine? I've tried to ask the chief to take a look at it, but she's still busy with the engines and everything else going on, so like... Looks over the top of his glasses at you and shrugs. That's such a powerful move. People with glasses, if you have glasses, look over the top of your glasses. Even if you can't see, it's powerful. It's very powerful. It is what it is, you know. Actually, I have stuff to do at work. It is, actually. I do that all the time. Good, good. You must wield your power. If you have the power, you must wield it. Dylan makes another rotation, this time gently brushing his hand over the targeting system controls, shifting their focus slightly as he rotates past them. It's so powerful. V2 Studio is scared into not working. I know there's people with glasses that do VTube Studio. Isn't there been like a sort of way to get around it? So, what's up with you, Lieutenant? Got pretty gnarly out there, huh? You alright? You take a moment to rub your neck. You notice it was beginning to stiffen and the pain was creeping in around the edges. Hopefully, whatever the doctor had given you would hold out for a few more hours. Helps if you raise your eyebrow to... Isn't there like a meme picture out that's basically that? Like a guy holding his glasses down so he can look over them and then he's got like an eyebrow up? I swear there is. It's like one of those little like white blob guys. A lot of lighting, but I looked down way too far for it to track anyway. Oh, that's true. Lighting. Oh, lighting. Okay, yeah. Yeah, not too bad, Deez. Thanks for asking. That's good, yeah. I could see Hansen's Juno through the camera, pulled some pretty slick maneuvers. You must have been really hanging on in there. Think back to how you'd been thrown around the cockpit by some of Hansen's stunts. The experience of clinging on to the temporary passenger seat wasn't one you wanted to relive soon. You're not wrong. Things got pretty wild out there. I'm just glad we made it back in one piece. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't do more to help you out with the gun dog's weapons, you know? Just everything was way too slow. You smile and wave your hand subtly to dismiss Dylan's concerns. Don't worry about it, Deez. We couldn't do much against it either. I don't think there's anything on board that could have taken that thing out. Yeah, you might be right, huh? A silence hangs between the two of us, and you're about to make your excuse to leave before Dylan leans forward in his seat, looking you dead in the eye and speaking in a hushed tone. So, like, what is that thing, Lieutenant? What happened on the O'Brien? Is it Martian? Terran? What's the deal? Have we got to the pilot yet? She's coming in for a kiss? No! He's a good boy. I think the only true fuck boy is Hansen. I don't think his friend Haru is. I think his friend Haru is just one of those people to where it's like, well, he doesn't. He's a dick, but he's like my friend still. You place your hand on your hips before shifting your weight onto one foot and crossing your arms instead. Whilst exhaling deeply, you break the eye contact and look around the room at the monitors. Finally looking back to Dylan, who sits there staring at you expectantly. Honestly, Deez, I have no idea. I've got no idea. All I know is that it blew the O'Brien to pieces and then came for Gundog, and nothing we've got seems to be able to scratch it. Wouldn't be surprised a couple people on this ship want you back. This is actually a harem anime. Wonder Godorny! Welcome in. Dylan lets out a loud sigh, making his frustrations obvious. Ugh, great, okay. Well, anyways, ma'am. Guess I better get back to these monitors in case another one comes looking for its friend. Sure. I'll check on you later, Deez. What happened so far? We've met an alien machine, and the alien machine chased us all the way back. Actually, we raced it to Gundog. How did they even know where Gundog was? That's another question. And then it was attacking the Gundog, and then we managed to take it out with the... what would they be considered? Sealant bullets that our boy Dalton made, and now it is stuck in our hangar, and nobody died. Yeah, we tried to... We didn't search the whole other... We didn't search the entirety of the O'Brien, though. There might have been... there might have been survivors. Oh, we didn't find any because we had to get out of there. There might have been, like, some more information, too. With that, Dylan turns back to the walls of the monitor, and you watch him begin to idly prod the controls, adjusting and shifting views on some screens and altering the focus on others. Where else do we need to go? Engineering. Is there anything we can do in our own quarters? Okay, no. Anything? They do have insulation foam. Yeah! So it's not like that futuristic of it. There haven't been any issues in central computers since... Okay. Bum bum. Oh. Coffee and pancakes? I didn't realize how hungry we were. Oh, let's get food. Haru! Everyone thinks I like you. As you step inside, you see Ensign Rumney leaning back lazily in their chair, slowly picking their way through a stack of syrup-covered pancakes, fork in one hand, cup of coffee in the other. Oh, that sounds so good. They acknowledge you by looking over the doorway and raising their cup of coffee slightly before returning to their meal. Oh, you want this? No, I want their pancakes. Forget the person. Give me their food. Before you can say anything, your stomach growls loudly again. A smirk appears on the pilot's face briefly, but is quickly dismissed as they go to take another mouthful of pancakes. This would be me. This would be me. If I was in Haru's place, I would also just keep eating my pancakes as someone's stomach growled. Be like, oh, so you're here to eat too. I should have specified pancake. That's true. Okay, so you were in the right. I do really badly want pancakes. As they carried on eating, you decide to leave them to
Angel
it for
Dorney
the time
Tactico Makuro
being.
here. Unpopular question. How do you like your pancakes, thick or thin?
Medium? in between? Actually, no, the true honest answer is whatever. If I'm making them, whatever happens. Whatever happens. If they come out thick, they taste great. If they come out thin, unless you're talking about the difference between American pancakes and British pancakes. In which case, American, because British pancakes are more like crepes. So, in that case, thicker. If we're talking the thickness of like Japanese souffle pancakes, then that's not the same as American pancakes. Not that British pancakes are bad, it's just that's a different want, you know? British pancakes that are like a crepe consistency, they taste really good if like you sprinkle some lemon juice and some sugar on them. That's great, but that's different. That's a different thing. I really like pancakes with cream and fruit. I like fruit. I'm not a cream person. But yeah, I can respect it at the very least. You can't go wrong with pancakes, really. Let's be real. Alright, let's see. Looks like these are both working fine. I had to choose what kind of pancakes to go with that. Yeah. Mom does British style pancakes, so I'm used to them, but I like them thick. Yeah, I feel like you can like both. It's like at that point, if it's between British and American, like that's two separate things at that point. You cannot compare them. I can see people comparing like American pancakes to Japanese souffle pancakes. It's a lot of fluff for Japanese souffle pancakes. So I can see a difference. You look at the vending machine and consider the available snacks. You thought of the chocolate bars appealing. Take your ID card, your pocket, slide in the machine cart, and get our selection. One of the coils spins slowly in the bar, eventually ejects, landing at the bottom of the machine near. Oh yeah, silent voice. Nice, I'll save this for later. How's it hanging on? Back from having dinner. What'd you have? We are currently discussing food, so we're all good. Savory pancakes are good. There's a pancake place here, like a chain store. They have pancakes and they put chili and sausages on top of it. So good. Sweet and savory pancakes, fantastic. Let's see, so can we get some food from this? Been a minute, two going back and forth various menu options, narrowing it down to pancakes! You select the option that will give you an identical stack of pancakes to the one Haru's eating, and the machine begins to make a series of loud mechanical noises. After a few moments, the hatch opens and a plate with a steaming stack of pancakes covered in syrup slides out. You take the plate from the machine and head to the table to sit down. You assume that Haru's silence means you're not interested in conversation and decide to respect that by not saying anything. As you begin cutting into your first pancake, you notice how Haru looks across to you after taking a slow, leisurely sip of coffee. I don't think I had a voice. Boston. Hey, Lieutenant. You've just taken your first mouthful as the ensign points their fork at you. Solid choice. You nod and they do the same before returning to their own happy stack. Due to your hunger, you consume the pancakes voraciously, with it only taking a few moments to consume the entire stack. Same.
You notice that although you managed to wolf down the whole plate full, Haru had barely managed any progress on their remaining half a stack. Feeling a little bit self-aware of your gluttony, and you stand up and return the plate to the meal vendor. I mean, I feel like we're justified. We just went through like a whole series of events while being attacked, and we used up so much brain power. There's a lot of calories that went through that attack, okay? We need to replenish them. Gorditas! I do know what that is. Southern California has taught me. As the plate is taken back into the machine, you exhale deeply. A feeling of contentedness and satisfaction spreads through you, taking the edge off your exhaustion. I still want to talk to Haru. Although Haru keeps to themselves, right now you felt that with things the way they were on board the ship after sneeze, it'd be good to check in with everyone. You pull up a seat next to the pilot, who gives a flicker of recognition before continuing to slowly pick at their pancakes. Do they not like the pancakes? Okay, wait, I gotta blow my nose. I didn't mute! Wait. I knew I should check it. I knew. I'm glad I did. I'm a genius. I'm a genius. Wait, what was? And Remedy, how you doing? Probably better than you after that landing beat, Dorney. Didn't think I'd be seeing you at a sick bay so soon. Yeah, well, I was lucky that. So was Hansen out too? Oh, no, he's still being seen by the doctor. When I left, he was taking him to surgery wings. Something about artificial ossification. Wait, no, that's an O. That is not an A. Ossification. Anyone? My first thought is that ossification? New bones. Okay. I was gonna say, is it like Wolf Factory? They both start with O, so I was like, oh? Nose? Is he getting a nose job? But okay, bone makes sense. Damn, how do you manage to go and break something that seriously while you're up and about without a scratch? Well, next time you see him, make sure to give him the thanks he deserves for getting you out of that situation alive. If it wasn't for his piloting, the whole ship would be space dust right now. Hello, Pieman! I keep just ignoring the middle of your name. Is that okay? Do you want recognition for the two? The doctor is sucking up all his bones and becoming a gel. Wait, Jorduna? Is his doctor Jordu? You roll your eyes and cross your arms. You know they're not wrong, but the thought of actively thinking Hansen for something. Dr. Jordu? It's up to you, Cap. Alright, I'll probably switch back and forth then. J-Mom, why do you get two nicknames? Wait, but then when I say G, then it means that we're talking to G. That is too confusing! Yeah, I'll let him know. Haru returns their attention to their pancakes, continuing the meal, only interrupted it with the occasional sip of coffee. You sit there for a little bit longer, but as the silence drags on, you decide you've probably got as much conversation out of Haru as you're going to, so you push your chair back and stand up. As you walk away, you hear the sound of Haru's chair as it scoots along the floor, causing you to turn back. I'm serious, Lieutenant. Make sure you tell him.
You look at Haru for a moment, then mentally shrug as you turn away again. I heard you the first time, Ensign. Don't worry. Can we look at the coffee? Haru's coffee. They take it pitch black and so thick that you could stand a spoon in it? How do you... That... I know that you can do that with hot chocolate, but with coffee? I thought that was gross when they put their cigarette out on it, but as it turns out, it's pretty gross to begin with. Yeah. Ew. Okay. I should think we're probably fine. Go back to Central Hub. Gotta fix up some Pilk. Pilk is still good. I stand by Pilk. Let's see. Let's go into the armory just in case. Anything missing? Yeah, like, are they putting cornstarch? Like, how are they getting coffee so thick? Is that a thing somewhere? Or is this the future? Is that what the future is? The future just holds thick coffee? Everything looks right here. Everything looks good there. Alright. Imagine someone making coffee with that thickened water. Ew. Unless they're like making coffee maybe that's it. Maybe they've made coffee jelly. But warm coffee jelly? No, this is truly a future thing. This is just the future. What if it's like instant coffee with not enough water? They're like drinking it, but it's actually just looks like cereal kind of thing. Like it's just a giant clump of instant coffee with just a little bit of water to keep it like steamy. You pass through the stillness of the thoroughfare and head towards the thumbing depths of the engineering department. As you make your way through, you look around for any sign of the chief, starting with the catwalk, the workstation above you, and then the machinery that fills the level you're on, and finally finishing your search by scanning the levels below you. Hey, Chief? Chief, are you here? Chief! Taking a deep breath, you cup your hands around your mouth and shout, Chief! You wait for a moment, but with no response forthcoming, you decide that you can be sure the chief isn't in engineering. Despite the level of noise coming from all the various systems, it wasn't like the chief wasn't that loud. Remember? Wait. Was it like chief? It was like, oh my god, engineering was that loud. Okay. Instead of carrying on your search for Chief Cathays, you turn your attention to the engineering department in general, quickly going through your mental list of checks to make on your patrol report. As far as you can tell, everything seems in order, leaving you without much to dwell on. It's really important. We're just gonna leave it as is. Rechargeable batteries. The chief's not here, she's probably in there. I wonder if the engines are back up and running yet. True, wait, let's go here. Although there's never a good time for your ship's main computer to be totally shut everything down. It could have been worse. Let's see if we can go there. Despite looking much like any other door in the ship, made distinct only by the stenciled paintwork stating that what lies within is the ship's mainframe, and you can feel the weight of the significance of what lies behind it. It had only been a few hours ago that you desperately hooked up the portable sub-terminal and used the last of its battery to open the door, allowing you to make the way inside, reactivating the computer, and with it, the gun dog. And a small amount of dark humor in the fact that you'd rather be dealing with those circumstances again rather than what happened now, despite the stress you felt at the time. You'll never know what you've got until it's... You don't... Wait, how does the song go? Da 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 till it's gone. Bring your hand over the cool metal at the door. It's not like I can get in here anyways. Access is restricted to the captain and Cassie. I feel like that should be amended. Given the situation that happened, I feel like more people should be given access. With that, you turn away and head back towards the engineering department. What? No, I haven't looked everywhere. Engines. Oh, Joe-sama time. Alright. Desu wa. Coffee pudding. I'm looking at, well, chats, but coffee pudding. Have I had that, desu wa? I'm not sure if I've had that, desu wa. The doors to the engine room slide open in front of you, and you're met with the disheartening sight of a huge engine remaining totally stationary, desu wa, devoid of its normal rotation, desu wa. The sense of stillness that permeates the vast area you're stood in is disconcerting, desu wa. Which one? I think this one. Yeah. The only thing breaking the all-engulfing silence is the constant grumbling from the lone figure of the chief leaning over a control panel in the distance, desu wa. Chief, everything all right? You call out as you approach her. No, damn it, Lieutenant, it's not. Chief, desu wa. You're a little taken back by both the chief's curt response, but also that you didn't need to pester her in order to drag her attention away from what she's doing. Oh, no? No! If I didn't know any better, I'd call it sabotage, but no one else on this ship has the know-how to do that kind of thing. So right now, I look like an idiot who can't get the MPE back online. Oh, Chief, hold on. Sabotage? It's not sabotage, Lieutenant. Like I said, no one on this ship would know how to do this kind of thing. But I've ruled out hardware issues, and I'd never seen the software do a full reset on the startup process before. So unless something is missing like an idiot, I'm missing like an idiot then. Chief, what's going on? Ugh. I'd gone through the entire startup process and was about to fire up the MPEs when the machine crashed into the hangar. And I had to go out to secure it. The status of everything should have held at the point until I got back, and it would have been straightforward to just enter a few commands and restart the engines. The chief lashes out with her boot, striking the bottom of the casing of the control panel she'd been working on. The whole process has been reset and all my calculations and checks have been wiped. I've had to start from the very beginning. Without the MPEs online, I can't even get the ship moving, let alone get the HFDDs started. And until I can get the HFDDs up and running, I'm stuck here instead of being in the hangar figuring out what's going on with that machine. Desu wa. I forgot desu wa. I'll continue desu wa. We'll switch out of this. Desu wa. It's killing me, desu wa. And every second I waste screwing around with the engine is another second where it drifts down in the boonies with God knows what in the hangar, desu wa. Ah! Desu wa. The chief strikes the base of the control panel again before leaning over it and beginning to key in commands, desu wa. Even the persistent functions I installed have been wiped out. It's basically at ship's yard status. This is ridiculous, desu wa. First, I'm going to have to...
Is there anything I could do to help? Ha! No. Oh. Nothing personnel, kid. But no. There's absolutely nothing you can do to help me out in this case. Well. But thanks for offering. No problem, I guess. Before you're even done responding, the chief has turned her attention back to the screen, full of diagnostics and settings, and has begun keying in commands, pausing to take note of some nearby readouts, and then input more information. Chief sees me. She looks at me with her blue eyes. You make a mental note to fill the captain on the status of the engine startup process and decide to leave the chief to it, since there's apparently nothing else for you here. Wait, what? Oh. Wait a minute, that wasn't this way the last time I passed through here. Maybe Dalton didn't replace this correctly? It must have shaken loose during battle? But it definitely was attached the last time I was here. This definitely wasn't like this. You head over to the entrance of the maintenance crawlway and holding onto the sides, lean into the space first, looking up and then downward. Ladder extends into the gloom in both directions, and although you can only see to a certain distance, you can't see anything unusual and you don't hear anything either. The shrug, you move back to pick the panel, placing it back into the wall. Takes a little bit of trial and error, but eventually you get the panel attached again. Give it a few knocks for good measure. That should do it for now. Is everyone on the bridge okay? You step off the elevator and enter the bridge to the sound of a trill beeping coming from a control panel. Totally didn't trip. If anybody's using that, they're evil and they should be trapped inside. The only reason you would need to go in there is if you're trying to be sneaky. Stood over the panel, typing hurriedly on the keyboard is Vanessa. She looks over to you with the start before turning back to the keyboard, quickly entering more commands. After a few seconds of typing, she aggressively hits enter key, which silences the beeping and turns quickly to you, looking slightly flustered. Sus. And what do you want, Lieutenant B. Dorney? At this point, you no longer have the energy to mask your exasperation and let out a sigh as you pinch the bridge of your nose between your thumbs and forefinger. Thumb? Singular thumb. We don't have multiple thumbs. I'm just carrying out a standard patrol, Lieutenant Lord. Making sure everything's in order following the battle. Is everything okay up here? Then slightly... You tried to see what was being displayed on the screen above the panel Vanessa had just been using, but was now stood in front of. Why did she get the cool glasses animation? Why did they have to give her the good animation? Stepping sideways to block your view, Vanessa reaches back to the keyboard without turning around and enters a quick series of button presses that shifts the display to something else. I don't trust her. Of course you're on patrol. I suspect you wouldn't be here to give your post-mission report like you're supposed to. It'd be too much to expect the Gundog hero, the dashing Lieutenant B. Dorney, to actually follow protocol for once. But then again, with how I had to remind you of the procedure when the power went out, I suppose you might not be willfully ignorant of how you're supposed to act. It could be that you're just plain ignorant instead. You feel a familiar rising tide of anger within you, a feeling that most of your career had been limited to encounters with Hansen, but now becoming much more common with every conversation you have had with Vanessa. You do know you're supposed to report to the mission overseer immediately after you're dismissed from sickbay before briefing, right? Any remaining desire you had to check in on the bridge, and Lieutenant Lord was swiftly leaving you. Yes, Lieutenant, thank you. I'm aware of the procedures, but I am under direct orders from the captain to begin a constant patrol. Besides, I would have assumed that someone as capable as yourself would have been able to get the general picture of what had happened on the O'Brien without me needing to tell you. Or was the battle outside the ship and the... No, okay. I think that was me. I was like, I couldn't tell if there was an earthquake starting or if I just shook my chair in a weird way. It was the latter. It was the latter. Or was the battle outside the ship and the giant machine currently in our hangar not obvious enough? If Vanessa picked up on the barb in your query, she wasn't acknowledging it. Captain's orders, huh? For all those are worth. Although you'd initially assumed Vanessa's general aggression was just a personality deficiency, her increasingly open hostility toward the ship's command structure was beginning to stand out to you as something more than just unmanaged anger issues. Does she have any redeeming? No, I don't. Not glasses. That is the only thing. That is her only redeeming quality, and it is just an appearance thing. You make a mental note to bring it up with the captain at the next opportunity. Lucky for you, Lieutenant. I'm more than capable enough to pick up your slack, and I've already gone through the communications logs that Juno's flight data. I'm also in the process of reviewing the O'Brien's black box information. You know, I'm actually pretty impressed. I assumed you've been playing the hero because a certain someone was involved, but even I'll admit that it must have taken guts to wait for Hansen to get back to board the Juno. Yay! Yay! Or was it that you knew you didn't stand a chance if you tried to alright, throw away again. To pilot that Juno on your own, hmm? You roll your eyes. You've been surprised that Vanessa was giving you something that was close to a compliment, but of course it had to be second-guessed in the very next breath. Look, Lord. And another thing. I've got to hand it to your quick thinking skills when it came to commanding Ensign Kreis during the battle. Without your decision to get Cadet Grange involved, things might have turned out very differently for Gundog. Now how are you gonna be mean? Still, it's a lot easier to just sit back and tell people what to do than actually do it yourself, right? A lot less pressure. You? That's literally all you do is tell people what to do. Throw her away. Throw her away. You're about to snap at Vanessa, but your exhaustion wins out against your anger, and you'll swallow your words. Well, Lord, I'm glad that you put your talent to good use and managed to get the assessment done without me. I've got orders to carry out, so if you don't mind, I'll be leaving. Oh, not at all, Lieutenant. I wouldn't want to keep you from your important work. Keep it up. I'm sure your commitment to your duty will be rewarded very soon. I don't like that. I'm willing to put up with Vanessa's consistent contempt for much longer. You mumble a vague goodbye and turn back towards the elevator. No. Is there anybody hiding in here? What was she? Can we do anything? She wasn't here. I tried to check on what she was doing, but I don't think the potential argument is worth it. Darn.
I don't like that. I don't like her. No. They have not... She's been presented as a completely evil character, which makes me think that she's not evil in the sense that she's with the bad guys that we're facing. I think she's just got to stick up her butt. And she wants to be on top. So she'll end up helping us in some way, thanks to her having to stick up her butt. But we can still hate her regardless. Yeah, so we've actually... Trying to think. Because I don't know if we would have known about the bullets if we hadn't done the side project for Dalton. So I'm wondering if we need to do that kind of thing again, like talk to people more. Like, we might have had to go back to the beginning or something. Wait, fire control. Oh, D's. Yes, Lieutenant? How come now you're not listening to music? Oh, did he get yelled at? Oh, no. Oh, no. With a loud groan, Dylan leans back in his chair and stares at the ceiling for a moment before looking back at you. I'm on high alert, and because the long-range system's out, that means we're on visual range target only, so I can't get any early warnings or detection notices. I've got to be on the lookout the entire time, so I can't put an album on or take it easy. But it's visual, right? It's killing me. I see. But what's good? But what good's it even gonna do if I see another one of those things? The Gundog's weapons couldn't keep up with the one that made itself at home right inside the something. My phone's covering that. I mean, do we even know it's out of commission for real? You grit your teeth. You'd like to give Dylan some reassurance, but you're having similar thoughts yourself. I just want the chief to fix it so I can get back to my music. I feel like if I have to sit here in silence much longer, I'm going to go nuts. These? Nuts? Well, if I get the chance, I'll bring it up with her, alright? Nice. Thanks, Lieutenant. No problem, Dees. Should we try and bring it up to her? She'll probably get mad at us, but... It's for our buddy! I wanna see if we can... Yeah, I feel like this is the same. Yeah, okay, that's the same. Well, buddies here, buddies, pals. Okay, so that's the same. Central hub. Hey, Chief. Got the machine in the hangar. What about it? You reckon... What do you reckon it is? Where do you think it came from? Mars, Earth? That's a damn good question, B. Dorney. I got absolutely no idea. I've never seen armor, weapons, or a propulsion system like that. I've read speculative proposals about that kind of tech, but we're decades away from even the fundamentals of... Time travel? Time travel cases or evidence increasing? We might be in peacetime, but all the big governments are doing everywhere they can to develop their weapon systems and sure they're not caught out again. But if anyone had anything like that, even in the testing stages, a few years ago the war would have been over a lot quicker, one way or another. Even if
this was Martian or Terran doesn't make any sense to test it in the JCF's backyard. If it's ours, then why would they send us in without letting us know? So there's nothing? No indication where it came from or what it's for? I can tell you what it is, Lieutenant, that's for sure. That machine is nothing but a weapon. Beyond that, I might be able to figure out some answers to these questions if I wasn't stuck here restarting these engines from scratch. Which you're distracting me from, Lieutenant, so get out of here. Yes, Chief. Okay, but... Okay, no, it's the same. It's like, maybe it's possible that we can bring up the thing to, about Dalton. Or not Dalton, but... Okay, I think... that's it done. Is what's his face done? No, okay. Away we go to the captain's quarters. Is that 1 or 2? I finished checking out everywhere the captain wanted me to. Since I'm here, I should report to the captain? Yes. The AIs are rebelling! Wah! You can hit control to skip the text. Oh. Noted. Well, I've not found anything that really needs reporting, but there's nothing else I need to do right now, so I should let the captain know I finished my patrol. After briskly making your way to the captain's quarters, you find yourself stood outside their familiar insignia marked door. You're about to knock to announce yourself, but before you can, you instead move your hand to cover your mouth as you let out a loud yawn. Stop midway through your exhalation. There we go. Interrupted by a twinge of pain in your neck as you raise your arm. You roll your neck a few times, but this does nothing to shift the discomfort that you're now feeling. It seems like the painkillers the doctor had given you was beginning to wear off. Exhalation! You sigh, which quickly turns into the previous interrupted yarn. Tiredness, which you'd been doing your best to ignore since you'd returned to the gun dog, was now hitting you hard, and you were suddenly very aware of the physical and emotional toll the past few hours had taken. Hours! It's crazy that like this whole, all that we've done so far was actually just like within like a 12-hour period, basically. As you feel exhaustion spread through your body and hope that after you make your report, the captain would command Haru to take over the security detail whilst you get some rest. Being mindful not to aggravate the pain of your neck further, you slowly raise your hand and tentatively knock on the captain's door. Enter. Hear the captain announce from the other side. Has she cleaned up? Does it still smell in here? Ah, Lieutenant Dorney. Have you finished your patrol? Shut your eyes briefly and draw in a deep breath, mustering the energy to engage with the captain. It does not smell any better. Yes, ma'am. And? You release the breath slowly. Conversation with the captain could be exhausting due to how little effort she seems to put into them. And right now you felt a very real need to conserve your energy. Having visited fire control, the bridge, the engine room, aside from the existing issues with the long-range communication system, sensors, and MPEs, there's nothing new to report. With the exception of a few minor technical issues that appear to be the result of our battle with the craft, I can't find anything untoward or immediately suspicious. There's no signs of any intruder that I've been able to observe. I see. So everything's in order.
You clench your jaw to stifle a yawn as you catch a glimpse of the captain's bed and... Don't look at her bed! As they're... In the annex that serves as her bedroom. You find yourself desperately craving your standard issue bunk. On the patrol route, at least, yes.
Good to hear.
You're just eepy, but that is your captain's bed! You can't sleep there! You do your best to stifle another yawn while willing the captain to dismiss you.
In that case, Lieutenant.
You relax slightly, awaiting the order to finish your day and pass the torch to someone else.
I want you to head to sickbay and get an update on Ensign Curry's status.
Heads up again. The prospect of immediate rest now pulled out from under you. No! Ensign Grease, ma'am?
Yes, Lieutenant. When I'd previously spoken to Dr. Rosarium, he'd advised that the procedure should have been finished some time ago and Ensign Cruz should be ready to resume duty shortly after. I need to brief Ensign Cruz on his new responsibilities, but I'm yet to hear anything from the doctor.
Uh-oh.
So, Lieutenant, I need you to head to the sickbay to find out what the delay is. Understood?
You allow your weariness to creep over you. But it had been bearable because of the expectation that once you'd reported to the captain, your duties would be done. Now, though, with another task foisted upon you, it felt almost overwhelming. With a Herculean effort that you hide from the captain, you throw a swift salute to acknowledge your new task. Yes, ma'am. Understood.
Very good. Dismissed, Lieutenant.
You maintain your posture until you've left the captain's quarters. As the door closes behind you, it's all you can do to not slump on the floor. This must be the last thing she's having me do for today. There's no way. There's no way, man! There's no way! Can she not give Vanessa? I don't know. Why can't we get Haru to do it? Like... You sigh deeply and pinch the bridge of your nose, taking a moment to wallow in your exhaustion until you feel ready to face this latest challenge. Alright. Let's go. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it. You like to move it. I do want to talk. Oh, true. Sorry, buddy. We don't usually see that. I have like the video feed on the ship. On ships like inside the Meg because this is a junker. Oh, true. Yeah, that would be good if it... All those screens to look outside and we don't have a single one to look inside. You lean back against the rear wall of the elevator and shut your eyes, savoring the brief moment of relaxation that comes from resting on the cool metal of the wall and listening to the gentle hum of the elevator movement. You stay this way seconds away from drifting off into sleep until you feel the elevator begin to slow. You wearily open your eyes and push off the wall, standing upright. You lazily bring your hand up to your eyes to shield them from the harsh glare you know will come from the sick bay's lighting. As your eyes I fear! Adapt to the lighting, the first thing that catches your attention is a glitter-like shimmer from the floor as far as the far side of... Oh no, is the glass broken? Once your vision has adjusted completely, you realize that these sparkles are caused by the high-powered lights reflecting off fragments of broken glass that are shattered on the floor! No! This is just like the O'Brien! Doctor! Slumped over his deck is Dr. Rosarium. As you approach him, the dread is replaced with nausea. You see his one organic eye remains open, staring straight downward, but devoid of life? Doctor, damn it! You quickly draw your electroshock weapon as you look over to the bed with Cassie on it. Cassie! She's here lying still. You move swiftly over to check that she's alright. You feel a rush of relief as you see her chest rise and fall. A shiver runs up your spine as you hear the sound of someone stepping on broken glass behind you.
Hold your breath, wait for a single second, and then swing around, bringing your gun to bear on where you heard the noise coming from. As you swing your arm around, it's immediately intercepted, stopping its arc before you can aim at where the noise behind you had come from. Who is it? What is it? All you have time to process is a fist flying towards you, striking you square in the chin. There's nothing you can do but stagger backwards within seconds you're unconscious! Wake up, Lieutenant. I said wake up, Lieutenant. Who is talking? Of all the people to wake us up, it just had to be Vanessa! Asleep on the job? You and your girlfriend are too much alike. Huh? Was it... Masaka? Was it a dream? Lord, what's... Finally, I was beginning to think that you decided to copy our Lieutenant Commander and play Sleeping Beauty for the rest of the mission. Cassie, is she... Ugh. In the same moment that you sit up quickly, a lance of pain strikes you in the base of your skull and you wince, gritting your teeth and squeezing your eyes shut. I wouldn't make any sudden movements if I were you. We found you knocked flat on the floor of the sickbay. And you're blaming me for sleeping? Throw her away! Throw her away! Looking at the way you fell, you must have taken a serious blow. A shame, it's not like we've got a doctor to deal with that kind of thing anymore. No, is he dead? Moving more slowly this time, you bring yourself upright and maneuver so you're sitting at the edge of your bunk. You keep your head bowed as you tentatively feel the back of where you hit the floor. Dr. Rosarium, he's dead. You must not have got a good look at him. But someone pulled his plug. Kind of funny when... Okay, Lieutenant Lord, that's enough. It's not funny at all. What about Commander Quinn? Is she... What, you don't want to know more about the doctor? Aren't you already planning your investigation? Shouldn't you be asking me if there's any information that might help you find the... You turn to look at Vanessa straight in the eye, your face stern expression of disapproval. Just tell me how Commander Quinn is doing, Lord. She's unscathed, Lieutenant. As always, she somehow managed to come out of things absolutely fine. I hate this woman. We've moved her to her quarters for the time being, to keep her secure. Okay, good. You rest your elbows on your knees and place your head in your hands, massaging your templates as in an attempt to reduce the pain that had traveled up your neck and into your forehead. Killer! Yeah. I mean, if she's not working with the enemy...
Devil Dorni
mind.
Tekakomakuro here. Everybody hates Vanessa.
They do. She's a fictional character. I can wish for her death. What happened? I went to the sickbay, I saw Dr. Rosarium at his desk, I went over to Commander Quinn, and then... I remember spinning around to aim your electroshock weapon at whoever had been behind you. But you hadn't managed to get a good look at them before they knocked you out. I got knocked out. What happened after that? Well, luckily for you, Ensign Cruz was in the surgery ring, waking up after his procedure. He saw the silhouette of your fight through the glass and hit the emergency alarm. Oh, that's actually nice that we have emergency alarms in surgery rooms. I'll take it, though. I'll take it. Although, whoever it was managed to escape before Cruz could
make his way out of the surgery wing, or anyone else could get there. So it's either Crybaby is brainwashed somehow, or there actually is someone else. One or the other. One of these options. That makes it twice that he saved you this mission. Maybe we should be promoting him instead of him to head of security instead. You roll your eyes at the thought, while it's cringing internally. Having Hansen to thank for your survival was becoming an uncomfortably common occurrence. So, what's the current situation then? Do we know? As you stand up, the same pain from earlier returns to you and you sit back down, wincing over your neck. Unfortunately, Lieutenant, no, we don't know anything. Kringe! With our head of security taking in, I'm going to punch her, and everyone on high alert at their stations, we've not managed to have the chance to investigate. But don't worry, Lieutenant B. Dorney, we've got Ensign Cruz and Rumney taking care of security operations until you recover. The whole ship's on lockdown at the moment. All clearances restricted clearly to necessary duty area for each crew member, and access can only be granted from within the room if someone else wants to enter. Alright, smart. Smart. Except for there's probably someone clamoring around. Actually, I should have checked. I forgot that you can go down from the that side panel that we covered up. I only remember that you can go up. They went down. We should have checked the hospital then. Oh. So the captain's happy for you to take your time to recover. If Captain Bartholomew doesn't want me back on duty immediately, why are you here? Lieutenant, we're crewmates. Can't I stop by to check in on your recovery? No. No. You shoot Vanessa's stern expression, raising your eyebrow but staying silent. Oh, fine, Lieutenant. I wanted you to understand the full stakes of what's happening right now. We're stuck out here with no communication system. Our doctor is dead. Our lieutenant commander is conveniently out of action for the foreseeable future. We've got a hostile craft on our hangar. And with all this going on, our captain's guidance is just to lock things down and carry on. Considering the circumstances, you'd think she'd go with a bit more of a proactive approach, wouldn't you say? Lord, what are you getting at? Nothing, Lieutenant. Don't worry about it. For now. I just wanted to make sure you were aware to speed on current events in case you needed to make any decisions. That's all. Anyway, take these and get some sleep. You react with a start as Vanessa throws a small packet of painkillers to you. You catch it and turn it over in your hands. You notice the box is slightly crumpled and pull a small fragment of glass out from where it had been lodged in between the boxes. Oh, that could hurt. That could hurt. We'll be needing you, Lieutenant, soon. Are you, like, planning a mutiny? You look up from the package as Vanessa turns to leave the room. And stay out! Without saying anything else, she exits your room and steps into the corridor beyond, with the door hissing shut behind her. Something. Once Vanessa is gone, you take the opportunity to look over the packet again before placing it down next to your bunk. You make another attempt to stand up, although you're more cautious about it this time. Despite how gingerly you'd risen to your feet, the pain in your neck is still reappearing before you were even upright. With a sigh of defeat, you open the box Vanessa had given you and extract 2 tablets from their package, quickly tossing them into your mouth and swallowing. No liquid? Absolute beast. Absolute beast. You slowly lie down on the bunk, resting your head on the pillow. As you lie there, you go over what Vanessa told you. Dr. Rosarian was dead, but Cassandra was fine. Whoever had been responsible hadn't been apprehended, and the whole ship was on high alert. You began to think over who the assailant could be. You couldn't think of a motivation for a single crew member to attack the doctor. Vanessa! Vanessa is like, I don't think it's her, but if we were trying to think from a perspective of who would attack anybody for their own personal gain, Vanessa! Can we just lock her away for that? Although now that I think about it, disarray in the sickbay was very similar to what you... Disarray in the sickbay was very similar to what you saw on the O'Briens. Was what happened there happening here? Plus, what was Vanessa talking about making decisions for? Your mind slows as the medication kicks in and your thoughts lazily drift from one subject to another. I feel like she's gonna try and do... Like, she's gonna try and pull a mutiny or something. Although you do your best to keep thinking about the dramatic shift in circumstances, you'll feel yourself beginning to slip out of consciousness and back into exhausted slumber that Vanessa had interrupted. Last thing you remember before drifting off to sleep is that as soon as you were awake, you knew the first thing you would be doing was visiting Cassandra. April 24th. Planetary calendar. 21-4. 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant B. Dorney awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they have yet to receive any instructions. Nice. Got a long nap. Nick! Good morning. Welcome in. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian space. Lieutenant B. Dorney's quarters. The Jovian patrol ship. JFS Gundog. Honk-shoo! Honk-shoo! Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seems that some bed rest was all you needed. Some 24 hours! We basically slept for 24 hours. We needed a big honk shoe. Rest was all that you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you'd gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep, coupled with a shower and a change of uniform, had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing happened at all. Although, despite the how reinvigorating you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Only some sleep. Yeah, right? I think we all need that kind of nap, a 24-hour nap. Still, there had been no more alerts, and you'd not received any orders via your terminal. Assigned, you hoped that everything was going well. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start the investigation into who had murdered Dr. Rosarian and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. I will be not ending. I'm going to save... Wrong way. And we're going to take a break. So I can get some water, maybe make more tea. There we go. I was like, what do I want to do? What am I doing? Piss break, pee break, all breaks. I don't think I have any snacks. I do have curry pan, but I don't think that would help with any voice thing at all. I feel like spices and voices are not something to be mixed. So, we will be back. Everybody get up. Wake up! Stand up! Bada, 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 stand up! Bada, 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 bada! Webba, 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 everyone! Webba, webba! We're back. We are so back! And I have Hojicha, Sakura Hojicha tea. What happened at Mecha Break? That was yesterday! That was a whole like 24 hours ago! Dun dun dun. Sakura Hojicha, yes. Yum yum yum. Ah! Ah! Oh, 24 hours sleep, just like my gun dogs. Ah! The Sakura Hojicha is always really good. It's like, I don't know, it feels velvety when I drink it. 24 hours Cinderella! It's funny, I don't know most of that song. I don't know, does he ever actually say 24 hours Cinderella? I feel like he does, but I haven't committed the whole thing to memory, so the only part I recognize is da da da, I love you, da 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 da. That's all. That's the only part I know. But the nice thing about the Hojicha latte is that it's like, the Sakura Hojicha is that they say you can add in milk, and they're like, yeah, make it a latte, and I was like, okay, they do say it. They do say 24時間 Cinderella. Kimi to boku no itoshi 24時間 Cinderella. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Bam bam badam. Ah. Man, tea's good. I don't think I'll ever be swayed away from tea. Like, I'm starting to desire the taste of lattes recently. Like, I wake up and I'll be like, I feel like drinking a latte. Of course, like a super overprocessed one, but a latte nonetheless. But I don't think I'll ever be able to replace it with tea. I don't think it's possible. Or be able to replace tea with lattes. Bum, bum, bum. Ah, ah. Okay, stepping out into the corridor beyond your quarters. Behind your quarter. You barely make it halfway to the forest side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over the loudspeaker. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Hold on. Attention, all hands. I repeat, attention, all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency. Attention, all hands. I repeat, attention, all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speaker indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. Chill tea is very nice. Yes, chill tea is good. I think usually I am very much I like milk with my tea. I don't think that surprised anyone. I just like milk. But so like all milk teas are great. They don't have to be like the super sweetened ones. Like boba milk tea kind of thing, but I cold brew my teas in advance around. Nice. Nice. Let's see. Okay, there we go. An emergency briefing? Milk monster Tsukimi! Just like me some milk. You quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. Brewing tea and milk is something I've yet to try. Yes, yes, that is. I think that's why I like milk. Because it's mainly milk. But yeah, it has to be. There's no way that steeping like till or brewing tea and milk is bad. It can't be. I refuse. I refuse it. Run your card key through the reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever is on the bridge is taking a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Think I forgot to buy milk today, week rude. No! I have to, when I do groceries, I did like a end of the month grocery run where I got a few things to last me like a little over a week. And I got 2 things of milk and I'm already down 1. So I'll probably be buying more milk when I go to the grocery store today. Soon enough, the doors open and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator, listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain had called this meeting. Is it the captain that called this meeting? Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot while you were resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? Emergency meeting. After a short wait, the door slides open and you step onto the bridge. I don't like this group. I don't like this group one bit. This is a mutiny group. Were you expected to see the captain? You said see Vanessa sat in the captain's chair, flanked by Haru and Hansen. Lieutenant B. Dorney, I see you're so enthusiastic. Please, wait there until the rest of the crew joins. Yeah, sitting in the captain's chair? Kinda sus. Wait, let me move this over here, maybe. It should have been us! Actually, wait, no, maybe I can... Not sure where best that goes. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is not the time to be screwing around. What's going... Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Remy swaggers up to you. Swaggers? Placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. I got swaggered, my gosh. Listen, Lieutenant Lawrence just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. You'd better listen to what Ensign Romney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulder. Crew should know he's speaking from experience. Glance down and see that protruding from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around. It's a muzzle of a large handgun. It's a mutiny! It's just some swaggers. No, they're part of the mutiny. We can't. Not an electric shotgun like yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you? She told you to wait, ma'am. You'd gone to step forward, towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you, and we'll both have a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down at the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator, and after a few seconds, the door opens, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement, and That's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Oh, yes, ma'am. Will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord staring at her with a silent fury. All you get in response is a sly grin. Oh, I hate her! I hate her! As much as you love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hansen will be on top of you in moments to try to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. The second we get our muscle girl on here, I feel like we can use Dalton as a distraction. we just have him like get really freaked out, and then we can take them out. Dalton would not duck and cover. You're so right, though. You're actually so right. Instead, you just remain silent. It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop responding midway. Ma'am? Dalton's sad. Dalton's sad. You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirp as earlier. Dalton is a super cutie. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon appears. Wow, great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. He's like, alright, no one's acknowledging me. Time not to acknowledge any of them. You hear the click of the cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. Doesn't take long after the chief to arrive. Chief! Chief, save us! Save us! Save us with your biceps, please! Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt, and instead standing silently by one of the control panels. You all stand in the awkward silence, with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room, and some looks share between Haru and Hansen. As they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance, everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbows on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive, and then things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan, the chief, and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, what are you... Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. That'll make sense then. Then it'll make sense? I didn't read that. You can see the chief mull over the response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. And then Shire appears and says, yeah! We are in the perfect situation for him to just pull up. Silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continued continues to drag on until eventually broken by the now familiar chirrup of an access request. Yeah, she understands. I feel like she knows that something's wrong.
And here she is now.
Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling an unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? Oh, she mad. This is like a, oh my god, Tomie? The Junji Itomaga Tomie? That's like a look she would do. The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, saturating in the air. Feel the hairs on the back of your head stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you.
It took you this long?
Just like the Chief Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa.
Well, it is my seat after all.
What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Careful there, Bartmuse. Oh shoot, we shouldn't have told him. We shouldn't have told him! Oh, that was dumb. He's gonna use it against her. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hansen's arm reached out viper quick and grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Chris, Chris, you release me immediately. Chris, you idiot.
Oh, the gun's out! Oh, what are you
Yeah. I thought we were gonna have a moment on the ship where we would like bond over being taken over, like, you know, the positions that we were thrust into. No, we weren't.
Hey, how's about everybody calm down for a moment, huh?
Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun that's been hidden under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to stand on the opposite side of Vanessa Hansen.
Sun's out, guns out! Now that we all understand who's in charge here.
This is mutiny. That's what I've been saying. Yanking your arm back from Hansen, the captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Dorney, detain these three immediately. You move your hand towards your holster electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. I didn't hesitate. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Wait, Hansen has a gun too? Man.
Oh, he does? Admirable, Lieutenant. But you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry. I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now.
You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to the shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he'd have no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's orders. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots were clearly willing to do so. Before you be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clear. Okay, are. You release your grip of the weapon and slowly raise your hands.
Good choice.
I won't stand for this. All of you are.
Grease.
Yes, ma'am. Within the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist, and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Ugh. Christ, I don't like that his name doesn't have any vowels. Slow down, Lieutenant. Ugh. Captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the Captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. It's not like you didn't have it coming, Bartholomew. Oh. Ah! I thought we could make amends! Hansen reaches down to the captain and grabs her by the collar, dragging her back to her feet. Just as she regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and releasing her, sending her lurching backwards before she falls to the floor. Cruz, that's enough! Damn it, Cruz, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any objections. Objection! Iggy-addy! Those shades. Those are the shades we're looking at. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks into the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700, Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gundog. Hot dog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9 on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor aboard, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. Did she kill the doctor? Maybe then it wasn't even... Doctor was killed. Doctor dead. Yeah, so maybe it wasn't even that Hansen was brainwashed. Maybe Hansen killed the doctor after he got healed. So that whatever was necessary for her to become captain could go through. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and lieutenant commander... Limiting to their quarters on suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you... It's a very dumb idea. If it was her, it's a very dumb idea. You spring forward to grab Vanessa. Your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep in your stomach. There's only so many times I'm gonna tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru at a smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at Chief and Dylan. Oh, both of whom step backwards. If you'd care to let me explain. We are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and capability. Lieutenant Lord. Captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now, or... With a slap that echoes around... She bright slapped the captain? No. Echoes around the bridge. Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying,
It's clear that both Mary's Bartomeu and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when the clearance is needed to maintain ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft clearly made by our enemies manages to make its way onto our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within the crew and killing its crew. Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery.
This is dumb. This is so dumb.
The Gundog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered up as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartomeu and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gundog? How else could the craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? And when? What did we find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too! Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt, since you were the one who brought the Gundog back online and were the ensign crewers during the attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you're nothing to do with this. You have nothing to do with this? Yeah, she's figured it all out, guys. After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anyone else in sickbay after the doctor's murder, except for you and what?
He's just lying now? I thought he said he saw our fight.
How could I have... very suspicious. Still, for now, it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I am announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Mayor Bartomeu's, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as a co-conspirator when we get back to the colony.
An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew who shifts nervously. Oh. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet.
Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of responsibility as affirmative.
As affirmation? As an affirmative. Okay, there we go. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time, it's obviously that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify risk of being charged with treachery. For you, though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain of and Cassie of treason is...
This sounds a lot like a no, Lieutenant.
You grit your teeth and breathe in. I feel like this game doesn't kill us. I feel like this game would let us keep going. Like, if I felt like the game would kill us, I would do it's a no. But I feel like we have to play along in order to save Cassie? Would they kill us? I'm curious. We're just going around the path of death.
There's no way I'd join you with your scheme, or they're just gonna throw us in the brig. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way that JCF will take your side on this. What a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. But I suppose this is no surprise. At least, it resolves matters. Agrees? Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath. Slowly recovering Captain, who was again attempting to return to... They're so mean! Is he gonna kill us? Are we actually gonna get a death scene finally? Makes life easier. Make life easy for both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Are we just gonna be... Chief Engineer Cadet Grange, I want both engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory and I want you on the lookout for hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathers? Yes, ma'am. You're all dismissed. With that, the 3 crew members quickly departed from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving with Vanessa, the 2 pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartomeu. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain, lackadaisically delivers a kick into the captain. Leave her alone! Causing her to heave and curl into fetal position. Come on, Bartomeu, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds onto her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forward. Yeah, they're being so mean. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilots turn to you, looking over the top of the shade. Their shades as the door closes. Oh, they're doing the thing! Looking over the glasses. Uh-oh. You made a bad choice, B. Dorney. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open and you feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it thrusts into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around on your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket with his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning the muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Take her away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back, and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge and into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hansen keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him, you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It really is a shame, Lieutenant. I had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hoped for her, the door slides closed, and you're left in silence with Hansen. Just like, I don't know, bite his hand. Go feral on him! Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. We know how to get through there. Once outside, Hansen gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instructions, you take out your card key, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hansen snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the door frame, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically. Hansen looks at you wordlessly. Remains silent for a few short seconds, with a ruminative expression on his face, until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you've regained your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun toward you. You know, Dorney, I was beginning to come around to you. What's that supposed to mean? The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back in CLKAP anymore. Thanks to know you've changed your mind. Don't get ahead of yourself, B. Dorney. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartimer, and your girlfriend are gonna get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord Remney, you're all going to get court-martialed for this. I don't know about that, B. Dorney. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. She's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You're going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it was worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Romney back in Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dual trip back to Europa. I'd be interested if we get an ending. As Hansen turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hands in the way of the door and prevent it from closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hansen pivots once again, levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Hansen, you prick! You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit down on your bunk. Your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush to your mind, but you can't focus on one for long as it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a roiling storm of emotions! Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, and the occasional kick delivered to now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down, enough to begin to formulate a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, planetary calendar, 2/14. I think I've said it differently every time. Following the murder of Dr. Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS Gundog on grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Myra Bartomeu and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer, Lieutenant B. Dorney, is also confined to her quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Jovian Space, Lieutenant B. Dorney's quarters. The Jovian patrol ship JFS Gundog. You wince as you draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find the catch to remove the panel, all you managed to do was snag your nail on the edge and tear it. No! Oh god, that's the worst! With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is a screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you tried it. Access denied. Insufficient authority. As easily as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you would remain imprisoned. Hadn't noticed it when you'd awoken earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors, your metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels? Dang. Oh no, not the nails! Unslay! Now we are no longer slay, we are slob. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she'd been planning this and how she'd accounted for
and how much she'd accounted for. Placing your elbow on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You've gone through every trick you learned in your time as a security officer. None of them were helping you out here. Slob, girl! As if the 24-hour rest wouldn't have slobbed you. I imagine if you're sleeping for 24 hours, you must been like, what is it, saliva dripping out while you're sleeping? Like you wake up and it's just there's remnants of it there. Like you find some on your pillow. Like that's a hard sleep right there. You gotta be drooling. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's nearly been 6 hours since you've been imprisoned. I mean, in this game's time frame, everyone could be dead by now. You'd felt the rumble of the Gundog's engines come back to life about 3 hours ago. It would only be a matter of days now until you arrived back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, Vanessa was unsuccessful. Or was successful. Was a trial for treachery. You put your head to your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for guilty verdict on that charge. Execution? But we're innocent. Leaning back in the chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. Guess I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to the Europa Colony. Got to look good for my trial. Always wished I could have had a few minutes longer in bed each morning. I guess that wish came true. Haven't gotten access to anything. No mail, no calendar. How do we know? I guess time. We just have to look at time. Not like it makes any difference. I've never been much good with computers anyway. Wait, whose card is this? This is Cassandra's key card. Let's give it one more go. Clamber up to your bed once again. Run your fingertips around the edge of the panel, trying to find any give or sign of a catch so you can remove the panel. Unlike the cover for the emergency mechanism in the airlock, this panel is clearly designed not to be removed using bare hands. Not a tool, there's no way to get this panel off. Great. But I have... Can we use that? Kneel down by the storage drawer set in the frame underneath your bunk and push on one, causing the door to spring open and slide toward you. Pulling it as far as it will go, you shove your possessions to either side and lean to get a view of the inside. Rats. As you suspected, the underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on the inner framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you've got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. Spend a few moments examining the control pad next to the door, tapping on the casing, pressing buttons, investigating the wiring, running out from underneath it, settling the course of action. Hey! Hey, Rumney, are you going to let me out or what? Hey, Rumney, can you hear me? Let me out. Shut up, B. Dorney. Yep, that one is expected. Sorry, you run your hand through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly at the door. Step back from the door, B. Dorney. Dorney. What do you want, Rumney? Just shut up and do it. With the side, you move back to the far side of the court. Can they tell? I guess thinking that regard that could end badly for us. You moved? Yeah. Now you just stay there, B-Dorny. Roll your eyes. What did you think they were gonna do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendors in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa! Let's chat there, D's. Tray on the ground, walk away. Yeah, chill out, Remney, whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room, with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down at the tray, you see its fairly standard meal. Burger! Fries and a soda from one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this meal for you. As you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. So stay where you are! We got a board. Borg mention! Merch! With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door. Within a second, the door slides shut and you hear the click of its lock. Oh, that's a nice looking Borg. Did Dylan slip something inside it? Dylan, please tell me you slipped something inside it. Standard burger meal on a reinforced... Wait! The tray. Wait, it's a cardboard tray. Probably given a cardboard tray instead of a steel one to make sure I can't use it for a tool or weapon. Darn it. Once I finish eating the food, all this tray will be good for is the nutrition if they forget to feed me for the rest of the journey. Yeah, like, it's a pretty nice looking burger. I can see some tomato, the lettuce, the meat. I'd eat this. Take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard in order to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. We've been starting to worry that you'd be left locked in your quarters the entire journey to Europa Colony with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking up a few fries, you raise the burger with your mouth and bite down. Food on the keyboard? Maybe we should be executed. Listen, these are harsh times. You place the burger back down on the tray and run your tongue over your teeth. You'd bitten down on something hard. Pulling back the top of the bun to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Haha, Dylan, yes! Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver! How did he fit that in? Just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grabbing it with the napkin you inspected, not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps of the panel that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, floors, but it's also got the right size to head to unscrew any fixture you may come across. Oh, this is perfect. Dylan! Heck yeah. You got a screwdriver. Da-da-da-da-da-da. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Eat that Borg! You deserve it, King! Okay, first things first, I guess. Place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick the burger back up, quickly devouring both it and the fries. Alright, now it's time. Alright, let's see. You clamber up to the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along, parting for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movement, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's the one. Repeat the action a few more times on different parts of the panel. Eventually, the final latch is undone and the whole thing falls towards you. Yes! Wait. Nice, let's go! Wait, is it supposed to look like it's... Yeah, wait. Huh? You carefully lower the panel of your bed and place it on the floor so not to alert Haru before returning to investigate what you've revealed. Damn it! You curse under your breath. Where you'd hope you'd see a large space that you could crawl into, you were instead met with a solid steel structure wall and only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. Oh. We were so close. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere, anyway. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. It looks like you'd have to find another way out of here. Let's try here. You get the screwdriver, you trace it along the seams. Under a bunk. Unfortunately, you realize everything welded together, leaving you with nothing you could disassemble. There's no way you're taking apart this with the screwdriver. Oh! Pace around your quarters, stopping every now and again, turn your finger over anything that looks like it might be a seam. That could grant you access to the ship's internal structure. Unlike the panels you've seen everywhere in the ship, every part of your quarters seemed to be perfectly sealed. Panel by your bunk had been your best bet and that let you nowhere. You continue to pace around the room, following the same path again and again, trying everything multiple times in hope that you'd miss something. Eventually, your left stood in the middle of the room, almost vibrating with irritation. Come on, there's got to be something! Oh, good night, Vaso! Thank you for stopping by! Studying contraband places, all for naught, for real. Your leg twitches with nervous energy, continuously bringing your metal heel of your boot down onto the floor. Hang on. Bring your foot down onto the floor a few more times, noting the hollow-sounding ringing each time your metal heel of your footwear meets the floor. Sounds like something worth investigating. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between the floor. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch something. Using your knowledge of how the catches work from the wall panel, you'd remove your... Worked from the wall panel you'd removed. You're easily able to undo one you run into. The panel noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes, you undo the last catch. Oh, that's some empty space that we can crawl in! Despite its unwielding size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3 foot? That's quite big. Drop down to a small tunnel that disappears into darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you've revealed. I feel like we should set it up so it looks like there's something on our bed, but I don't know what we'd use. Well, we should make it look like we're still in here so they don't start looking for us if they come in. As you stand above the entrance that you've just revealed, you look around the corners one more time. Let's see, is there anything else I need to do here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Thankfully, I didn't waste time destroying the terminal. Can't afford to waste any more time Really should get moving. But why would it give me that option? It's going beyond the wall. Probably isn't going to help me. I should really get moving. But why would they give us that option? All right. Is there anything? Anything else that lights up? Anything? Anything? I'm afraid the door panel will, like, do something. Can I talk to anyone? How weird. Why? Oh, yeah, right. Gaze into the darkness, and the darkness gazes back. That lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare for your escape, you return the panel that you removed from the wall to its original position, making sure... Oh, shoot. Making sure that all the catches are connected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel, sliding it to the position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. I got you covered. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath the floor, kneeling down and slowly dragging the panel over the opening above you. You should have put something under the cover so they thought you're sleeping. It takes you a few attempts to get into the correct position, but eventually you have it, and all mounts sliding neatly back into the catches that had secured it in place. Now, in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. Got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. Oh, this is scary. No music. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disoriented as you fumble your way forward. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's system, or your own awkward shuffling, and unable to make out anything except for a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the gun dog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of the surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlway have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship. Up ahead, you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of the overhead fan. Doko? Finally! As you continue towards light, you almost see that your singular path is now divided with new rotating branches. New route branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might lead. We're in Santa Land. Oh, you have to be correct. It has to be right. Oh, Tachikuma's same brain. Same brain. See, can we look? Left, you notice imperceptible sound echoing off in the distance. Hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that they come from and focus trying to identify them. Takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thumb of the gunboat system. But you concentrate. But as you concentrate, you realize you can make out the whir of motors, the sound of metal colliding and metal tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean this way leads to the hangar. You're down the crawlway that stretches in front of you. What could it be? Pure darkness, no movement of the air, sound or smell can indicate where it leads. As ominous as it is, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity to free Cassie. What's this one? My nose twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smell had been a stale musk. Not unpleasant, but a clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly, and certainly weren't as ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you could pick up the slight hint of something new, but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few deep breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also with a slight burning tang topped off by a chemical tinge. Pancakes, coffee, and cigarettes? Mayhaps it? I think I know where this leads. So, this is food area. This is the mess hall, quote unquote mess hall. Break room, hangar, unknown. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways. Like the paneling, you feel the occasional pulse of more power, regular vibrations. There's only one thing on the ship that can create a vibration like that. Probably where that crawlway leads. Interesting that they... Like, our character knows, but they still want you as a player to guess. Oh, what's the safest place to go? Oh. I feel like this has to be the engine. I feel like the chief is the best place to start. Oops. Yes. Confident that you knew where this would lead, where this path would lead, you resume your journey through the ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light towards more darkness. Within a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in the direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floor of the crawlway, but as you continue, you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the tunnel darkness. The dark tunnel. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, leaving you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the entire ship apart yet. There's a serial sniffer on the loose. That's like the new Sentai character, the red guy. He apparently has a really good nose. He was like sniffing up a storm today in today's episode. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of visible light around you from the grating above, all the more visible due to the cloud of dust you've kicked up on your travels. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're at the entrance to the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above you by pushing against it with your forearm and find it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screw, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps you've had to deal with so far. Twisting under your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a load claim. You quickly release the grating and, with no time to swivel onto your front to crawl away, start shuffling backwards towards the dark crawlway. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, clinking away the steel grills of the floor above. So I guess it dropped and made a big noise. Uh-oh. We've been caught! Hopefully it's fine. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant B. Dorney. With a terrifying, effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be out and about? The chief, Hold that, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, hey, give me a second to explain, Chief. Chief, come on. Stopping only to swipe her card key through a terminal next to the door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches to a newly unlocked area. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. Alright, Lieutenant, now we can talk. Chief, damn it, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you. Somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Smart. Smart. She wants to be free, but she also doesn't want to incur Vanessa's wrath. Impressed you even managed to find your way out into the crawlways. To be honest, don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would. As the chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters and handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... Aha! So that's what Dee's wanted it for. He told me he needed it to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me and I could install some extra long-life military-issue ones. Never seen a guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though. So just handed it over in the end. Though it was strange. No way would he pass up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Knowing that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. I mean, just nobody say anything. Chief, listen! Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not gonna throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire your guts. You've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Going to try and raid the armory, take the ship back by force? Or try and sabotage it by buy yourself some time? Cause you listen to me, Lieutenant, I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with the Lord. If it's to deal with Lord, I'll... Chief! I'm not going to mess with anything, I promise. Good to know. I've got a job here, and that's to keep the ship running, no matter who's at the helm. And if you get between me and a smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. Well, so Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartholomew and Quinn are locked up. Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. You said that so fast. I'm speedy. I'm Speedy B. Dorney. I think one of my eyelashes is taking... It's fighting me. Guess what? I think there's actually a lot of branching, like, thought out paths to this game. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You could see she was stressed out by the situation, but from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who'd hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, the way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they've got more to lose than have, or more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Her accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Barnaby and Commander Quinn were out of action when the gun dog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect in the doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Quinn could have done it. There's no way she could have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think... and if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose, not with how I saw her. But if we can disprove those accusations with evidence, we can show the rest of the crew it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord's taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you'd thought the broader strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had the time to consider specifics. You'd been too focused on navigating your way through the ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you? Wait, is this just Phoenix Wright? It is! Guys, I'm playing. This is the Great Phoenix Wright Gundog. The Great Ace Attorney Gundog. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm gonna get wrapped in Lord's games. If you want help, you're gonna need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky, I can find the chance to get the long-range communication systems back up and running before we get to Europa Colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the chief has already turned her back on you and is striding out of the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by her unyielding muscles of her upper arm. You know whoever wrote this was a muscle fan. Chief, wait, just hear me out. In an instant, the chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure this ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if we want to make it back to Europa, they're gonna need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly. The pain from the awkward angle it had been held at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the chief turns on her heels and strides away towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but please have no effect. You've been completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms, and before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind
Devil
her.
Dorney GOJ here. Don't worry, Chief, I can fix Vanessa,
I don't know about that, buddy. I don't know about that. Damn it, Chief! I need your help! There's got to be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. I don't know about that one, buddy.
I can't fix her, but I can probably make her worse.
Probably. I think it's easier to make. I think it's much easier to make Vanessa worse. We can't go in here, but what does it say?
Angel Dorney the clueless wanderer here. I can fix her with some percussive maintenance TBDVTU bonk.
I don't know about that one either. Instinctively reach for your pocket to take out. Why would we instinctively? Wait, but we have Vanessa's card key. Oh wait, she couldn't get in either. Wait, could she? You know that Hansen had taken yours, so this must be. Let's yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip. Stop when you see it. Leave between your thumb and forehead flourishes. She waves it at you as if she stands up to walk over to you. Huh? Oh, that's right. Okay, they're reviewing when we got her card key. But does Cassandra's work here? I forget. Thanks, Vanessa.
Devil Dorney Pi 2 Ryman here. I can fix Vanessa with D's screwdriver KEKW.
But then we would be in trouble for murder. That's bad. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through the small room beyond. Once inside, the door closes behind you and you're left bathed in the noxious glow of the monitor's light. You tentatively lay your hand on the keyboard and think. Right now I'm here. Right, now I'm here, I can... You step back with a sigh. I have no idea what I'm doing here. You dejectedly turn around and leave a no! Okay, so we'll probably have to come back that way. Do we want to try talking to the chief again? I bet Chief seems like she'll give us a better chance if we actually know what we're doing. So this way was the hangar. This way was the break room. This way was unknown. Let's go into the unknown. Work on your hands, stretch in front. Okay, so we can figure things out. You run your hand on the right and left of the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you missed a tunnel earlier? To start the awkward process of orienting yourself to head back where you'd come from, you reach up, feeling for the top of the crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paddling you'd expected to place your hand on, you encounter what feels like a lever? Alright, let's see what this does. Uh-oh. Crossing your fingers, you're not about to open some hatch into space. You grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it you feel a mechanism sliding from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? Oh. Climb out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, but not closing it entirely. Airlock. The airlock, huh? Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. It's we're kind of too in the open here.
Could this be opened up? Can we get it through there? Tread lightly, doing your best to keep your steps as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. Stop as soon as you reach the threshold between the airlock and the hub and hold your breath, listening out for any sign that Hansen and Haru might be nearby. Sure enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the four-side thoroughfare. As they stand watch over the two crew quarters. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Oh, wait, okay, but seriously, Lord's got it down bad for you. I'm not stupid. Trust me, though. Someone like her, no thanks. No way, Cruz. Easy promotion right there. One and done. Bam! Bada bang, bada boom. If you did, I bet you could get her to say anything you wanted when we get this shit back to Europa. No thanks. She's not even my type. Oh yeah, then who is then? As if. The captain? Shut up, Romney. Commander Quinn? Shut up, Romney. The banter stops there and the silence follows. You can tell by their voices that they're both stood in the four-side thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the thoroughfare. If you left where you stood now, further head into the ship, there's a good chance you'd be spotted. So you begin to make your way back towards the airlock. Looking back over your shoulder, you see that the panel covering the ladder leading to the bridge has come loose again, dropping from its mount onto the floor. Uh-oh. Hey, what was that? Man, I don't know. Sounded like something's in the hub. Stay here, I'll check it out. You swear under your breath as you try to move as silently as possible back towards the airlock as quickly as you can. Ah! We're venting! Once you pull open the hatch leading into the crawlway, if we hadn't have put it back, this wouldn't have happened. Drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. At least you attempt to. As you try to pull the hatch all the way closed, you find it catching on something just before it shuts. Each time you try and force it, the mechanism makes a scraping noise, which you realize is loud enough to be heard from the hub. Hey, is someone there? It's instantly apparent to you that the crawlway runs under the route from the central hub to the airlock. As you hear Hansen's foot echoing from the crawlway, growing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the hatch with all of your strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever into the original position as you do so. You sit still in the darkness, holding your breath. Piece of junk ship falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away, until exhaling in relief. You remain in the darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear and you tentatively re-emerge into the airlock. What? Why? Should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. Yeah. Ba-ba-ba-dum-bum. Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, while another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels, and it doesn't take long for you to find yourself in total darkness again. Unlike the journey from your quarters to the lit segment, you'd just taken a breakout. You were confident on where you were heading to, as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The sneaking music is your favorite track in the game. It's good for sneaking. Like it feels like I am in the middle of sneaking, and they could have made it a little bit more, hectic, but I feel like
it works really well. For the feeling of still being slightly hectic, but not so hectic to where you're like... You're a chicken with your head cut off. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness to your movements, which you initially dismissed as numbness from time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gently gliding forward that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. You hold your arms out in front of you to ensure you don't slam face first into the end of the current length of the tunnel. Thankful that you hadn't pushed with much force when you feel cool steel against your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in. Next, you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully propel yourself off the crawlaway space. Soon enough, you manage to adapt to the method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner, and for the first time since you started down this path, you see the faint glow of light moving towards it. You realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You can clearly make out the dull thrum of gantry crane moving from one end of its rails to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanisms disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. Yippee! We're about to see Dalton. As you expected, the noise had guided you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. Alright, let's go. Alright, 3, 2, 1, let's go! Doesn't need any extra restraints. But I'm sure there's someone evil in here. Alright, let's do it. The Michelin Man. Do you know the Michelin Man? The Michelin Man. The Michelin Man. Do you know the Michelin Man? You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off the nearby wall towards Dalton. I guess this is why it's good that we don't have cameras in the ship. This would be a lot harder for us if there were cameras. You can tell he's completely absorbed in his work and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea there was someone in the hangar with him. Chief, I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles to the direction. If we had camera, we would know what happened to the doctor. I feel like the person would have just knocked out the camera. They would have just knocked it out beforehand. Especially if it is, in fact... I don't think it is. I think it's going to be the pilot of this mystery ship. But if it was, in fact, Hansen, then yeah, they would have just knocked it out. Startled, Dalton swivels to face you. The look of terror on his face instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait! What are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You've come to take me out? Is this part of your conspiracy? Oh no, help me! Oh, he's so baby. In his panic, Dalton shoves you away from him and turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find on the armored frame surface. Once out of your reach, he kicks off from the machines. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make solid contact. His feet instead catching it at an awkward angle, which sends him drifting away slowly, despite his writhing and thrashing. Oh, Dalton! Dalton, shut up and get back here. You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with your free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestation, the best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back towards the Juno. Help me, I'm gonna be... As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armor frame, a challenge that is made all more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on a nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other. Oh, wait, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm going to let you go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton and remove your hand from his mouth. He slumps into microgravity, remaining in place. But Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a co-conspirator with Commander Quinn and the captain. That you had to be... Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Lieutenant, a captain, Lord, and ensign said... And you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean... What she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to this ship, do you think I'd have done everything I've done to make sure everyone stayed safe, like getting the power back online, securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartomeu and Commander Quinn have... Oh, wait, no, that's me. Captain Bartomeu and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's been happening, and there's no way Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... Hey! You hear Ensign Romney calls echo out across the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton toward them, using him as a distraction as you slip into the Juno's cockpit and out of sight. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Haru would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they'd instantly get suspicious. Instead, you get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Whoa, jeez, kid. Be careful. What were you doing floating around like that? And what's with the screaming? Something happening here? I was just what? What's going on here? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens onto the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Well, it's because I, can't spit it out if there's something wrong. Or is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong, nothing. It's all fine, it's just... seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of, what you had to presume was Haru knocking on the frame's armor ring throughout the cockpit? It was nothing.
I just got the impact driver caught in my jumpsuit and then started going because I accidentally hit the trigger and everything started bunching up and I couldn't stop it because... Alright, kid. Okay, take it easy. Yes, Ensign? You all good? Yes, Ensign, thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool it. Just, like, stay calm next time, alright? Yes, Ensign, I will, sorry. Alright, well, that's it. Yes, Ensign, this is nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. Remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can not to even breathe. As far as you could tell, Haru had left, but you had no way of knowing for sure. At least Haru's nice to Dalton. Yeah. I don't know why they were so mean to the captain. Like, dang. Even if she is a traitor in what she's done with whatever information they have, like, continually beating her up does not seem the way. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant, it's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but wanting to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Romney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still hangar and a fretful Cadet Grange. I believe it's personal for Hansen, at least. But there's no reason for Haru to be so angry. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just... Looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton once again. It's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want from me? Want me for? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain, the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Curry say, Dalton, hey, calm down. It's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong, although he was working for the JCF ship. He was basically still just a kid. But you knew that he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. If I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, then both the captain and Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around this ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out here, Cadet. Haru Hansen, they're besties! I feel like Hansen likes Haru, which is why he was trying to drop the whole, like, conversation about who he likes, what his type was. As you tug, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just got to do something over there really quickly. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly plant on the Juno, and he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton. So I feel like I have to talk to one of them. Let's instead go to the last place. Because we went that way. Yeah, this is the food. Hansen was talking all this stuff about Haru liking to being on top earlier too. That's right! Heading from the illuminated section of the crawl space, you'd momentarily stop that. You soon find yourself completely in darkness once again. Alright, we got a slow shuffle. Ooh. So we might end up somewhere that could in some way be helpful to the efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence to deal with Vanessa and her 2 goons. As you round another corner, you notice the smell from earlier is much stronger. The scent begins to sting your nose, the back of your throat, with every breath you take. Got to be nearby now. Let's see. Reaching upwards, you run your hand along the ceiling of the crawlway. Sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by a touch to be a catch that secures a panel in its place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to unclip it, in the dark you eventually succeed, going to repeat the process with all the others you find. Dom Haru, Juno 3, both. Dom, Juno, Haru 3. Up. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself near one of the panel's edges and raise it significantly, looking around to confirm your location. Oh! That is not where I thought we were heading. Why sweet? Sweet? Alright, at 3 out of 4. Yeah, I guess I would never consider, especially the alcohol that the captain's drinking, I would never assume it would be sweet. Yeah, I guess it's perfume. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartolomew's. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her, and ensure not to make any noise that might alert whoever is standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! Oh god. You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realizing that you've placed it into a puddle of liquid after the shock. Ah! Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative swift. As you'd guessed, it was the same smell that you noticed in the crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than a beverage. But it's the unmistakable aroma of whiskey, of Captain's whiskey choice. At least, it's not barf. I feel like that's actually worse than pee. I don't know why, but I feel like accidentally touching someone's barf is far worse than accidentally touching someone's pee. Probably because it's chunky. Yeah, that's probably why. You shift positions from where you just tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up to the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you've stood up, you look around, but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare, doing your best not to be heard beyond the confines of the quarter. Captain! You hiss slightly louder this time. No response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel, further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Plus, pee is sterile. To an extent. You can't always trust. What if this person has untreated kidney problems and their pee is actually full of sugar? You never know. You never know. Now finding yourself in an unpleasant familiar situation, you head over to the annex on the right-hand side of the room and lean in through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain, crouched down by the bed, laying your hand on her shoulder and giving her a few gentle shoves. Although you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on. At this point, you're all but shaking her. Wake up! But she still doesn't stir.
That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand up and look down on the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of the whiskey. They lock me in a room with a bottle of whiskey and nothing to do. It's over. Yeah. Especially when you're not just locked up, but you're locked up because you've been branded a traitor and you know you're not. Time to try somewhere else. All right. Can we see the pool on the floor? Painting shows the first colony fleet to arrive in Jupiter's orbit. Quite a famous painting. It's used a lot in textbooks, and I think the real one is hung in the government hall of Europa colony. Copies everywhere. It's supposed to remind us of where we came from and what we're in the JCF to protect. Although I guess there isn't that much to inspire Captain Bartolomew's. I feel like this has got something. The origin of our society is somehow going to be based on whatever is happening here. No use trying to... Okay, so we have all the rooms. Wait, let's save. Oh, it's almost redundant given how noisy all the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant background hum of the engines. You approach the door quietly. Still smug at how Vanessa had handed you the means to get around your imprisonment, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step into the engine room. Oh, they're moving again! Yay! Despite the vast size of the area, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief. You stood over a large control panel. Alright, let's try again. Surely it'll be fine now. You'd been surprised at how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you'd asked for help. Although you assumed she might take a little bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew how forceful her rejection had been, that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height. You attempt to appear confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution of the neutron flux shows reaction rates within parameters. Now, that should mean the energy released is... Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment, you consider reaching out and turn her towards you, but you know better than to try and assert yourself physically with the chief. It's a losing battle, Dornians! No one ever wins against the chief when it's in terms of physical prowess. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Listen, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Could I not take your key card? Got to give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducks or crawlways leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. The chief lets out a loud sigh and clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that at the very least you'll probably get physically thrown from the room, and the luck will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware if this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear
of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to be involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to get back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there. Just that it gets there. Now, whatever happens to these engines during that blackout isn't making my job easy. For the last time, B. Dorney, get out of my way and do what you've got to do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? With a single step, the chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision! This sounds like a dream for some Dornians. You instantly go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the Gundog back to Europa just as much as you do. But you know it's not about the ship. It's about the people on board. What good is it getting all of us back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something they didn't do? What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine, all because our pilots are playing security guards and they're not they're not there to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. That's pretty good. I'd be convinced. Konbanwa, genki desu ka? Genki desu! Guess what? I watched Gundam yesterday. Yeah! More Gundam watchers. More Gundam watchers. We lose no time in trying. I think so, yeah. Vanessa's not part of the crew. She's not part of my... cancel Vanessa, not my captain. Hashtag not my captain. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. Looks like the chief is coming around to you, but you've not convinced her yet. I know you've got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee that there'll even be a Gundog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You would have made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you. Please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on the ship, Lieutenant, not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. We've been through it before. We've let everyone down. We had to say watch as our team died. The chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No signs of unusual output. I could. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa, bringing it up in the tribunal? Chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassian captain and yourself innocent. By rights, the tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be the perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be that so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that time on the bridge earlier, you know? That her story won't line up with what happened. And I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. Even if I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Barnaby back in the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chances the evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief taking her time to consider your point, you know you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Haru won't stand up for her. If they know it'll be their next on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Oh, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. You got some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at that response almost makes you giddy. A feeling you temper with pragmatism. I know what it means. You can't be sure you've convinced the chief yet. But are you... Oh, but are you sure you want to do this? But of course, I need to... You're locked up now. No one's gonna blame security for standing up for their captain. Especially after everything you've done. You certain you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. Might feel that way now, B. Dorney. But step away for a second, give it some thought. Sometimes, when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious till you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious, you know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. At the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far. You've almost run her over, and if you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all you've done to convince her. Breathe out and let your shoulders droop. Letting some of the tension you've built up leave your body. Yeah. Okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. It seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is too. Without hesitation, the Chief turns back to the control panel that she's been working at and resumes whatever it is that she's been doing before you'd interrupted her. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting the Chief to help you out? You'd have to give it some thought. I think we'll call it here. I'll get us back to the crawl away. But I think we'll call it here for today. We've gotten quite far. Yeah, I know what it means. I just don't know how to correctly pronounce it. Yeah, next week we will talk. We'll get to Dalton. We'll also work to convince him. I don't know if we'll have to do something at the other places as well. Like try and slap awake the captain. Maybe there's something we can do at the central hub. Maybe. We're still in... Yeah, it's possible. He's probably at his station. We just can't get to it. Well, actually, I might be able to. It depends if they let me out. Okay, so we're safe, so we're good. So let's... Yes. Yippee! Man, this game's so pretty! This game's so pretty. I like it a lot. I hope we get more animations. The fight scene was so cool, though. Pedal the captain. All right, you can step away from the captain, Pirate Man. Step away. Step away. Back away right now. Bum, bada, bum, bum. Only the next playthrough knows what will happen on Stories from Soul, the Gun Dog. I can fix the captain. She's just drunk. You gotta the way to fix her is just to slowly for her to run out of alcohol. That's all. Or slowly, actually the best way would be to slowly start like watering
it up, like diluting it under the guise that you're just trying to make it last longer. So then she's like not actually drinking as much alcohol. Give her some McDonald's. Oh, that sounds good. McDonald's sounds good. But you just can't fix Vanessa. We get no. Vanessa needs to accidentally get ejected into space. And then saved quite instantly. But you know, then she's got like some... She gets a little loopy and no one takes her seriously. Yep. I can fix her. No! No, don't even try! Don't do it! It's not worth it! Alright, let's see. Let's get out of here. Where am I going? There we are. Actually, I'm gonna quit this. And then... There we go! Thank you everybody for stopping by today! We had some good... Some very, very good... We got all new content. I felt a little bad that, like, last week, like, all the hype of the game coming out and we did mostly demo stuff. But I'm glad I got to, like, remember everything we did. And yeah, the plot is thickening. And it's there's a lot of branching paths. Like, I think we could have died. I think we could have not had the option possibly to use the thing we had. Who knows? It does seem like you can play this game again and have like a very different situation. We'll find out. We'll find out! Let's see, let me find someone for us to raid. Next week, we've got more... What's it? We've got more Metal Gear Solid 2. I will actually be playing Mecha Break again. Might as well try and... It's Mecha March, you guys. It's Mecha March. So we're gonna be mechaing. Except for the movie that we're gonna be watching, which is the Mononoke movie. That is not mecha. I might try and see if I can find some like cheap Gunpla to build. Maybe I want to build Gunpla, but I have none, so I'm gonna go look for some. And then more Gundog. And also, undecided yet. It'll probably be decided last minute, but you can go vote if you show up for YouTube streams. Like if you're awake during YouTube stream time, there's a vote for either a 2D platformer or a VN. Both of them mecha. So. Did you watch Gundam? Yeah, I watched it when it aired here in Japan. The day of. I also picked up the Plamo the day of. I picked up the Plamo, I went to karaoke, and then I went to see the movie. You voted nice! Nice. So let's see. Yeah, that's it. What am I looking for? Twitch. Sleepover stream. Let's see. I need to visit your YouTube in the morning. It's only one day a week, so I can see why it's kind of hard to remember. I get it. All right. All right, let's head over to here. Wait. I don't know. I try to catch when I can. Yes, I'm always thankful for everybody who stops by. Oh, wait. Oh, we could go here. She's only been building for a little bit. All right. We're gonna go to Plamo Builder. She's celebrating 300 followers. And she's building the monorail Big O. Big O, Big O, Big O. Da-dun-dun-dun, da-dun-dun. All right, start reading. Big O nowhere huge. Exactly. Just as large as Big O itself. But yes, thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, so I won't probably have the schedule out until later tonight. Just because I need to allow time for voting on YouTube. I need to see if I can find Gunpla. All that stuff. All that good stuff. But Mecha Break, Metal Gear 2, Mononoke, and stories from Soul the Gundog are assured. Those are the assured things. Everything else is up in the air. So, until next time, wherever it may be, whenever it may be, if it may be, Dornians, until then, let's gimme. Let's gimme.